Chapter 245 Chapter 245 Top-Notch Cave Abode. Chapter 245 Top-Notch Cave Abode. Second Grade Spirit Binding Pill. After seeing the spiritual weapon, the siblings were shocked. To be able to give away a spiritual weapon like this, what kind of person was this? He looked at the jade bottle with curiosity. A medicinal pill appeared in his hand, and a dense medicinal fragrance wafted out. When Qing Yun was trying to break through to the warrior spirit realm, he had also used all sorts of methods to obtain a Grade 2 spirit binding pill. Now that he saw this pill, he was extremely shocked. Both bottles were thawing spirit pills. Moreover, this thawing spirit pill was a peerless medicinal pill. The one he used before was only of ordinary quality. The difference between the two was completely heaven and earth. The two of them were stunned. They all knew the legend of peerless pills, but they didn't expect young master to actually take out a peerless pill for them. Big brother, don't let young master down in the future. Qing Ling didn't have any cultivation, but she was the first to react and said seriously to Qing Yun. While the siblings were still in shock, Li Lingtian closed his eyes to cultivate. He had already decided to improve his cultivation base as soon as possible. Furthermore, he had to increase the strength of the demon beast. At the same time, he had to find out about Yun Yaoyao's murder. The appearance of the heavenly spiritual pearl and the destruction of the Maple Leaf Manor definitely wouldn't be so simple. However, he was alone now. The only thing he could do was to nurture the strength of his subordinate. He would first go into seclusion to cultivate, refine pills, and develop his forces. Although Moonrise City was powerful, it was considered a small place after the entire Azure continent. A place like this was perfect for his own development. As the days passed, Li Lingtian's divine ability, divine wrath of heaven's descent, had made some progress. However, he was unable to cultivate it. During this period of time, he had studied the Heavenly Yao Pill once. He could raise a 4th grade Heavenly Yao Pill to 5th grade or even 6th grade. His alchemy skills had also been continuously improved, and he could also easily refine a 5th grade God Restoring Pill. The improvement of his alchemy skills also allowed him to find a clue. He could start on alchemy. Didn't he have alchemy skills? He could refine magical pills to attract experts and use alchemy skills to strengthen demon beasts and himself. These days, Qing Yun's work had satisfied him. Under Qing Yun, there were hundreds of low-level disciples. Low-level disciples were the best members to gather information. Because in this world, the majority of people were still low-level. As long as you had spirit stones, you could bring out the shocking power of the most trashy forces. Go and see if there are any caves for sale in Moonrise City. Want the best one for cultivation. Also, find me a maid. As long as she can talk to me when I'm not cultivating and prepare some medicinal herbs for me when I'm refining pills, that'll be enough. Li Lingtian was in the courtyard. He was satisfied with Qing Yun's improvement in cultivation and his clean handling of matters. The price you want is more or less affordable. There are cave abodes for sale in Moonrise City. They are public resources in Moonrise City and are very expensive. Qing Yun was stunned for a moment before he understood what was going on. He was shocked and excited because the pill he used was refined by his young master and the pill's aura was related to Li Lingtian. To refine a good pill, one naturally needed a quiet cave abode. There were precious cave abodes in Moonrise City, but they were very expensive. As long as you have the best. I don't need trash. Li Lingtian said coldly. He could tolerate it in other aspects, but he could not tolerate it in the cave abode. A cave abode could affect one's cultivation and pill refinement. This subordinate will do it now, do it now. When Qing Yun saw Li Lingtian's expression, he immediately realized that he had made a mistake. Since his young master was not lacking in spiritual stones, he would not want a trashy abode. With that, he slipped out as if he had 2 extra legs when he left. Li Lingtian smiled as he watched Qing Yun leave. The way he did things was out of the ordinary, so Qing Yun naturally could not figure it out. He then walked into the room and sat down cross-legged. He looked at the jade slip in his hand. He had already refined the Tier 5 Azure Yang pill, but he could not refine a Tier 4 Peerless pill. Hey! Sighing, he put down the jade slip and started to circulate the heaven and earth reincarnation technique. The true essence in his body circulated rapidly and finally entered his dantian. With every big circulation, his cultivation increased a little. Although it was not obvious, it was improving. 3 days later, Qing Yun came to Li Lingtian and told him that he had found the cave abode. It was a top-notch cave abode at the edge of the main city. Li Lingtian did not say anything and walked out of the courtyard. Qing Yun quickly led the way. Once they were out of the inn, they called for a beast carriage, and the beast carriage sped toward the edge of the main city. The Wei city was 20,000 miles in size. Even if the beast carriage continued to run, it would still take 2 hours to reach the edge of the main city. However, this cave abode was within the boundaries of the main city. To enter the main city, one needed a special token. Li Lingtian's face cracked into a smile. Fortunately, he had gotten this token the last time he applied for it. Otherwise, he would have been stopped outside this time. Take this token. Li Lingtian handed the token to Qing Yun. Only by flashing this token could one enter the building. 2. So young master had already prepared this token. Qing Yun took the token and muttered to himself. When he passed by the main city's gate, there was indeed someone checking the level of the token. Soon, the beast carriage stopped in front of a square. This square was 100 miles wide and was filled with martial artists. The most common place was in front of a huge crystal stone. This crystal stone was at least 10 meters tall and 100 meters long. There were countless small words on it, all of which were missions. As long as someone completed the mission on it, they would receive a reward for the mission. Li Lingtian did not stop. Instead, he asked Qing Yun to lead him to a room. There was no one at the counter in the room, but the other places were crowded with people. Most of them were people who accepted missions or handed in missions. Welcome, Your Excellency. I am Gong Sun Hao. Is there anything I can help you with? Gong Sun Hao smiled when he saw someone coming forward. This place was specially used to sell and manage cave abode. Usually, no one would come for days or even months. Give me a top-grade cave abode, the best kind. Li Lingtian replied calmly with a harmless smile on his face. However, Gong Sun Hao's expression changed drastically when he heard Li Lingtian's words. Was this not a joke? The young man in front of him didn't look like he was looking for fun. It was too much of a joke to ask for a top-grade cave abode. There were 99 top-grade cave abodes in Moonrise City, and they were all places with the densest spiritual energy. Each cave mansion occupied a total of 2 miles in size, with a special geocentric spirit vein and geocentric fire. It was definitely a paradise for cultivation. However, the price of this cave abode was shocking. Even super sects only had one qualification. The others needed huge amounts of spirit stones to live in. A top-grade cave abode. The best. Gong Sun Hao could not help but be stunned. He asked Li Lingtian to see if he was right. How could a young man have so many spirit stones to live in such a cave abode? Even the super geniuses of super sects would use them to break through to the next realm for a period of time. Not bad. Li Lingtian nodded. He did not want to say another word or cause trouble here. There are a few top-grade cave abodes and they are in the best locations. However, they are very expensive. More importantly, this cave abode is based on years, not months. Top-grade cave abode, 10 million lower spiritual stones a year. Seeing that Li Lingtian did not seem to be joking, Gong Sun Hao became serious. He was curious to see if the young man would be shocked by the price. However, to his disappointment, the smile on Li Lingtian's face did not change at all. It was as if 10 million was just 1,000 spiritual stones. I want it 10 years. Li Lingtian's divine perception entered the storage pouch and quickly counted the countless spiritual stones before putting them into another storage pouch. After a short while, he handed the storage pouch to Gongsun Hao. What? What? Both Gongsun Hao and Qing Yun exclaimed in surprise. Initially, they thought that Li Lingtian would give up since it was 10 million lower spiritual stones a year. Even those martial royal realm experts would not dare to use spirit stones like this. Furthermore, a young man like Li Lingtian would find it hard to fork out 10 million. He never expected Li Lingtian to take it and even give it 10 years in one go. Wasn't that too scary? Qing Yun knew that Li Lingtian was not lacking in spiritual stones, but he did not expect Li Lingtian to fork out 100 million spiritual stones to live in a cave abode. Moreover, it would cost him 100 million spiritual stones for 10 years. What was 100 million? It could buy a small family insect. I'll handle the procedures for you now. Li Lingtian did not say anything but nodded his head gently. Gongsun Hao would be a fool if he did not understand what was going on. This young man must be the second-generation heir of a super sect. With such a good opportunity, he would not let it go. He quickly went through the formalities and a token was handed to Li Lingtian in no time. He was waiting for the spiritual stones. Let's count it. Li Lingtian had already cleared out 100 million lower spiritual stones when Gongsun Hao was handling the paperwork. Gongsun Hao had a smile on his face as he quickly counted the spirit stones with his divine sense. Qing Yun was stunned by the 100 million spirit stones. That's right. 100 million spirit stones. I'll take you to see the cave abode. If you're not satisfied, we can exchange it for another one. Gongsun Hao put away the spiritual stones and quickly walked through the stone door at the back of the room. In less than a minute, he came out again with an old man who took his place. Meanwhile, Gongsun Hao led Li Lingtian and Li Lingtian to the other side of the square. There was no one who did not like such a rich person. Li Lingtian followed behind them at a moderate pace. He was looking forward to what kind of cave abode it would cost 10 million lower spiritual stones a year. However, he soon saw the cave abode he wanted, and his face revealed a satisfied expression. Chapter 246, Chapter 246. Young Girl Qing Ling. Chapter 246. Young Girl Qing Ling. A short distance teleportation array brought the three of them to a cave abode. This teleportation formation was dedicated to every top-grade cave abode. There was a short distance teleportation formation in front of every top-grade cave abode. This was also for the convenience of the experts in the top-grade cave abode. In front of him, the spiritual energy was extremely dense. Within a light barrier was a garden. With one hand on his body, Li Lingtian activated the restriction with his token. The three of them walked in and found the garden to be filled with extremely dense spiritual qi. This was only the outside of the cave abode. Each cave abode was 2 miles in size, and there were only 11 top-grade cave abodes in this place. After passing through the garden, there was a huge stone door. Behind the stone door, there was a world. Although it was a stone room, it was bright inside. There was no darkness at all. There was a huge living room, and on both sides of the living room were more than 10 rooms of different sizes. There was a deep passage that was 50 meters long. After passing through the passage, there was a stone room with a radius of 40 square meters. This should be where the master of the cave abode lived, because there were only 3 smaller rooms next to this room. Li Lingtian sized up the cave abode. There was a rather large garden in the cave abode and a place where the demonic beasts lived. This place could be said to have everything. It was completely a paradise. Not bad, this is it. Li Lingtian nodded. 10 million a year was worth it. Not only were there places for demon beasts to live, but there were also places for refining pills and weapons. Moreover, every room had a small spirit gathering array. This way, cultivation would be twice as effective. Then one wish you a great improvement in your cultivation. I'll take my leave first. If you have any questions, just let me know. Money could make the world go round. Li Lingtian had to be polite when he took out 100 million to rent this top-notch cave abode. Go ahead. Li Lingtian waved his hand to signal for Gongsun Hao to leave. He would stay here and cultivate. Gongsun Hao bowed and left. He did not expect Li Lingtian to be so easy to talk to. If it were the powerhouses who lived in the top cave abodes in the past, they would be extremely picky and difficult to please like a lord. Have you settled my matter? Li Lingtian looked at Qin Yun. This cave abode was so big that it was impossible for him to take care of it himself. He had to find a maid to do the chores. Young master, this subordinate has already found a maidservant. This subordinate has a little sister who is 1 year younger than this subordinate. She is 15 years old this year and can serve young master. This way, with little sister by young master's side, this subordinate doesn't need to worry about little sister. Qin Yun pondered for a moment before he pushed Qingling's name out. When Li Lingtian asked him to find a maidservant and cave abode, he had thought of his sister Qingling. If Qingling was by his young master's side, he would be at ease. He and his sister depended on each other for survival. He had to run around outside every day while Qingling was alone at home. He was not at ease at all. Moreover, his little sister's cold qi had acted up these few years. She might be attacked by the cold qi and die at any time. As he spoke, his face revealed a pleading expression. Tell me about your family. Li Lingtian did not show any expression. No matter where he was, it was nepotism. It was the same in his past life and this life. If there was anything good, the first thing that came to mind would naturally be the people or relatives that he was familiar with. However, he wanted to know the background of Qin Yun and his sister. This subordinate and my little sister are orphans. We rely on each other. Seeing that Li Lingtian did not object, Qin Yun's heart calmed down a little. He then told him about his relationship with Qingling. If he wanted to work under young master, he definitely couldn't play any tricks. If such a figure hid anything, it would definitely be seen through. At that time, he would not be able to outsmart himself. Send her here tomorrow. Li Lingtian waved his hand as he finished speaking and began to scan the entire cave abode with his divine perception. After wiping out all the auras and restrictions here, his own array master naturally would not use other people's array restrictions. Moreover, he also looked down on other people's array formations. Be it in terms of power or defense, it was impossible for them to surpass his. Moreover, if he didn't remove the restrictions that others had cast, he might be monitored. Qin Yun also quickly left the cave abode and ran towards Wei City. His sister's matter had been resolved, and he felt extremely relaxed. 5 elements yin-yang formation. 9 palaces 8 trigrams formation. 2 elements spirit gathering formation. 1 array after another was cast, and even the light shield of the garden outside was completely replaced. This place was brand new. Countless formations of various sizes increased the safety of the cave dwelling by countless times. Without his permission, even the strongest martial artist could not break his formation in a short time. After everything was done, he returned to the innermost room, which was also the master's room. His cultivation could not be disturbed. In the passage, he also cast a restriction. In his room, there was also a heaven-grade array formation. All these things were done with ease. After he was done, he soaked in the natural pool in the cave for a while, feeling extremely refreshed. I can finally cultivate in peace. Li Lingtian looked at the cave abode. He did not have to worry about the issue of spiritual qi or safety when refining pills. There was also a place for cultivation and a dedicated practice room. Even divine arts might not be able to destroy this training room. Returning to his room, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. On the second day, while Li Lingtian was cultivating, there was a slight fluctuation in the array outside. Li Lingtian was able to identify the intruder at once through the inhibition formation. With a wave of his hand, a mysterious light shadow appeared. The light shadow quickly flew towards the array and closed all the restrictions. Qing Yun carefully walked in. Behind him was a 15 or 16-year-old girl. The girl's small face was pale and devoid of blood. Qingling, wait here for a moment. Young master should be cultivating. After Qing Yun brought Qingling to the living room, the two of them sat in the living room and waited. Looking at the shockingly dense spiritual energy in the cave abode, Qing Yun's face revealed an envious expression. If he cultivated here for a day, it was equivalent to cultivating outside for a few days. Being able to live here was also a symbol of status. In Moonrise City, there were only 99 such caves, and his young master occupied one. He was relieved because his sister's safety was at least resolved. However, Qingling's heart was pounding non-stop. She had never imagined such a cave. She wondered what the young master her brother was talking about looked like. Could he be a hot-tempered expert? The most important thing was whether she could stay. If she couldn't stay, her brother would be even more worried. While she was worrying, she heard the sound of soft footsteps coming from the passage. Hearing these footsteps, Qing Yun hurriedly stood up. Qingling also stood up, feeling extremely nervous. A 17 or 18-year-old young man walked out. The young man was dressed in white and looked elegant. He gave off a mysterious aura, making people feel a sense of closeness, but also a sense of ethereal. Young master. Qing Yun bowed respectfully. However, when he saw his sister staring at Li Lingtian with a dazed expression, he was shocked. If his young master was angry, his sister's matter would be ruined. He quickly reached out to pull Qingling. Greetings, young master. My daughter is Qingling. Qingling bowed. Her petite body was like a beauty. However, she didn't have any cultivation and her face was pale, giving people a sense of beauty. Seeing Li Lingtian come out, Qingling's mind was in complete contrast to her previous thoughts. She began to think about many things, but she did not expect the young master her brother mentioned to be a 17 or 18-year-old youth. With such a natural and elegant temperament, there was no girl who would not be moved by him. Yes. Li Lingtian nodded as his gaze fell on Qingling. He was stunned. Qing Yun had mentioned Qingling's matter yesterday, but he did not expect it to be so serious. With his cultivation and insight, coupled with his powerful alchemy skills, he naturally saw through Qingling's situation. Before the siblings could react, Li Lingtian waved his hand and a beam of light enveloped Qingling. The light then entered her body. Again. After a moment, Li Lingtian retracted the light and muttered to himself. Qingling didn't have the 9 terminal meridians, but she was still affected by the cold. What a coincidence! Yunyaoya was like this, and now Qingling was like this too. Could it be that all the girls in this world liked to be attacked by the cold? You go and do your own thing. Wait for 2 days when this young master is free to solve her problem. Li Lingtian replied calmly before closing his eyes to meditate. No one knew what he was thinking. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Qing Yun was startled and was immediately pleasantly surprised. Not only could his sister stay, but she could also possibly cure the cold that had been difficult to resist for the past few years. For a moment, she was so happy that she couldn't recover. Qingling was also stunned. Only she herself understood the pain of the cold invasion. When Qing Yun was around, she pretended to be relaxed, but the pain of the cold invasion made her wish she was dead. If he could really solve the problem of the cold qi, he would no longer be invaded by the cold qi and could cultivate like a normal person. Thank you, young master. Qing Ling bowed respectfully to Li Lingtian and watched her brother leave. The young master had closed his eyes to cultivate and did not have any intention of speaking. Instead, he began to survey the cave abode. But apart from this living room, she couldn't go anywhere else because there were restrictions everywhere. From now on, you'll be in charge of this place. Li Lingtian shot a mysterious light shadow at Qing Ling with one hand. Immediately, a mysterious and obscure spell appeared in Qing Ling's mind. When she walked again, the restrictions here did not affect her at all. Qing Ling was excited. As long as she could settle young master's matters, she could cultivate here. It was absolutely perfect to cultivate in such a paradise. Without the restrictions, Qing Ling looked around the entire cave. She needed to manage this place herself, so she naturally had to familiarize herself with it. Chapter 247, Chapter 247, Wait 1. Chapter 247, Wait 1. After a full 10 minutes, Qing Ling finished sizing up the entire cave, her face filled with shock. How many spirit stones did this cave abode cost? It was actually so big. There were more than 10 rooms, a place to wash up, and a kitchen. It could be said that it had everything. In the future, don't disturb me when I'm refining pills and cultivating. You can stay in the room inside. When the time comes, I will cure the cold in your body. Li Lingtian waited for Qing Ling to finish sizing up the cave abode before opening his eyes. He then told her about the things to take note of in the cave abode. He was cultivating alone, so finding a maid was just to tidy up the place. It was better than facing the cold cave abode after cultivating alone. Cultivation and life were synchronized. If one did not know how to enjoy themselves, there was no need to cultivate. This servant will follow young master's instructions. Qing Ling bowed politely. She was also curious, but she didn't expect that she didn't have anything to do here. She just wanted to help arrange the cave dwelling. Ordinary experts would cultivate in seclusion for a few days or months. To experts, a cave abode was just a place to settle down. Alright, tidy up this cave abode. As long as you don't remove the restrictions, it'll be fine. Take this pill and cultivate. It can suppress the cold qi in your body. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he walked into the room with Qing Ling following behind him. Finally, Li Lingtian handed a bottle of pills to Qing Ling. He had also found these pills in the storage bags of other martial artists. He did not need these pills. Qing Ling's face revealed a hint of happiness. She only reacted after Li Lingtian entered the room. Her residence was right next door to Li Lingtian's. This was the most basic requirement for a maid, as she had to be summoned at all times. Qing Yun was outside arranging for any news to be sent to Li Lingtian's cave abode as soon as possible. Qing Ling was the one who relayed the news to Li Lingtian as he was cultivating. Time passed day by day, and 10 days passed. After 10 days, Qing Ling had familiarized herself with this place and was no longer restrained. She was also curious about this young master. He didn't put on airs at all and treated her very well, giving off a friendly feeling. Usually, Qing Ling would cultivate or cook by herself. After Li Lingtian finished cultivating, she would talk to him. She helped Li Lingtian wash his clothes, take care of the plants in the garden, and tidy up the cave abode. These things were like relaxing for Qing Ling. Furthermore, she had gained the most from her trip here. She could ask Li Lingtian for the endless supply of pills and any questions she had about cultivation. Furthermore, with Li Lingtian's pills, he was able to suppress the chill in his body. His entire body had recovered. At least, he was no longer suffering from the chill's invasion and his face was rosy. She was a beautiful little beauty. With such a little beauty accompanying him, he could enjoy his cultivation. Qing Ling, your mood will be stable today. This young master is free tonight and will help you expel the cold. After dinner, Li Lingtian took out more than 10 spirit fruits from the divine dragon ring. Although they were only 10-year-old, Qing Ling had never seen such spirit fruits before. She was instantly excited and her face was filled with envy. Such a spiritual fruit was rarely seen in Moonrise City. Even if there was one, it would be expensive. However, as a maid, she did not dare to use these spiritual fruit. However, when she saw Li Lingtian's signal, her face lit up. A little girl was a little girl indeed. She had completely forgotten her restraints when she was happy. However, Li Lingtian preferred it this way. He did not like to be restrained. Moreover, it would spoil the mood if a little beauty were to be restrained in front of him. While eating this spirit fruit, he said to Qing Ling, "At night? Where is it?" Qing Ling couldn't help but be startled. When a girl heard a man say night in front of her, it was a subconscious reflex. "Yes, I'll talk about it after I finish cultivating. You can just wait in the room." Li Lingtian was half lying on the chair, and did not notice Qing Ling's reaction or look at her expression. However, she didn't know that Qing Ling's little face was flushed red. She was already mentally prepared. As a maid, her entire being belonged to her master. Moreover, his young master was a handsome and elegant man. There was no girl in the world who wouldn't fall for a figure like his young master. However, she was still a little girl and was extremely shy. Naturally, Li Lingtian did not know that his words had been misinterpreted. He did not know how much he meant by his words. "Yes." Qing Ling nodded softly, her heart thumping non-stop. Then, he quickly left and returned to his room. Li Lingtian was stunned when he saw Qing Ling's expression. However, how could he understand a little girl's thoughts? Naturally, he did not care. After Qing Ling left, Li Lingtian practiced all sorts of skills in the practice room. Although he had not reached the transcendent state, he was at the edge of it. At night, Li Lingtian's brows furrowed tightly. He was still unable to fully comprehend the divine power skill, divine wrath. 4 hours had passed and he felt that it was already late at night. Just as he was about to lie down and sleep, he suddenly remembered that he had said that he would help Qing Ling expel the cold. Thinking of this, he stood up and walked out of the room. When he arrived outside Qing Ling's room, the stone door didn't have any restrictions, it was just blocked by a brocade cloth. When Li Lingtian arrived at the door, he stopped in his tracks. It was too late for a young man like him to enter Qing Ling's room. But thinking about how Qing Ling was his maid, it was fine for him to help her expel the cold. Then, he pushed it aside and walked in. However, when he entered, he was stunned. A girl's room, no matter if it was in a mountain or a cave, was always the warmest. Shun Mei was like this, and now Qing Ling was like this. This originally empty stone room had been turned into a warm boudoir by Qing Ling. It was impossible to tell that this was a stone room. Qing Ling sat on the bed and waited for Li Lingtian. She was extremely nervous. Even though Li Lingtian said that he was helping her to get rid of the cold, something would definitely happen if they were alone at night. She would not regret giving her pure body to her young master. However, she was still too nervous. Time passed slowly, but Li Lingtian did not come over. She thought that Li Lingtian had forgotten about her. When Li Lingtian entered, he was even more nervous. His fair little hands were constantly twisting the corner of his clothes. "How was it? I told you to suppress the cold energy in one place. Why didn't you cultivate today?" Li Lingtian walked up to Qing Ling and felt the warmth in the room. His heart was beating fast. But when he realized that Qing Ling's cold energy wasn't suppressed, he was a little unhappy. "Yes." Qing Ling nodded. She was so nervous that she didn't have the mood to suppress the cold energy. She didn't circulate her energy to suppress the cold energy. "Forget it, I'll help you." Li Lingtian shook his head and sat cross-legged on the bed. Qing Ling's body trembled. Her young master sat on his bed and thought of many things. However, she did not expect Li Lingtian to wave his hands continuously and cast a series of magic arts on her. Her entire body was levitated as she sat across from Li Lingtian. The two of them sat on the bed, and the atmosphere in the room was extremely ambiguous. After a moment, Qing Ling finally understood that she had misunderstood. Li Lingtian's eyes were filled with seriousness, and he did not have any other thoughts. Streams of warm, true essence flowed through his body, and the cold air was quickly condensed. After an unknown amount of time, Qing Ling felt the cold air being sucked away by a force. Without any strength left in her body, she fell onto the bed right in Li Lingtian's arms. Li Lingtian did not expect this to happen either. How could his blood not boil when he had such a beautiful little beauty in his arms, especially on the bed? Yes. A tender moan came out from Qing Ling's small mouth. Her small face was red and she looked extremely shy. It was her misconception at first, but now that she was in Li Lingtian's arms, her body trembled as if she had been electrocuted. She had never been in contact with a man before, but now she was in the arms of the young master. Her heartbeat sped up, and a hint of charm appeared in her lively eyes. She had completely forgotten about everything. However, Li Lingtian let go of Qing Ling at that moment. With a smile on his face, he left Qing Ling in a flash. Rest well for this young master. When your body is fully recovered, come and accompany this young master. Li Lingtian left the room and walked toward the pool in the cave abode. He plunged into the pool and the cold water extinguished his fiery heat. Qing Ling had just expelled the cold energy and her body was weak. She needed to rest for a while. He had to cultivate as well, because that ball of cold air was still in his body. He had to refine it. This little girl was only 15 years old and had developed well. She was a rare beauty, but he had to take care of her body. There would be plenty of time in the future, so there was naturally no rush. He stayed in the pool for a full 10 minutes before he got up. After changing his clothes, he hurried to his room. When he passed by Qingling's room, Li Lingtian did not make a sound. After a short pause, he returned to his room. After cultivating for a day, he naturally needed to rest. He lay on the bed and fell asleep. To him, what happened just now was just a small episode. In the next room, Qing Ling's face was flushed red. She was still immersed in the scene just now. Chapter 248 Chapter 248 Taking in Qingling. Chapter 248 Taking in Qingling. Even though Li Lingtian had left for a long time, Qing Ling was still immersed in her previous state. Thinking of his situation just now, he felt so ashamed that he couldn't even hide his face. However, this feeling made him intoxicated and lose his direction. When Li Lingtian left, a deep desire arose in his heart. He longed for the young master to stay. However, when he recalled Li Lingtian's final words, he was still looking forward to accompanying his young master when he recovered. She lay on the bed and fell asleep unknowingly. The next day, Li Lingtian cultivated as usual. When Qingling woke up and saw Li Lingtian's clothes by the pool, she quickly washed them and hung them to dry. On this day, Qingling had been worried. She was worried that if she met young master, she would die of shame. Fortunately, what she was worried about did not happen, but she was also a little disappointed. In order to improve the quality of the heavenly monster pill, Li Lingtian had to elevate its level to grade 5. 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Qing Ling gradually adapted to the new environment, but she still cultivated more. She did not have a cultivation base, but after coming to the cave abode, Li Lingtian had imparted an earth-ranked cultivation method to her. Now that she had no cold qi, she could cultivate very quickly. Together with Li Lingtian's pills, he reached Tier 7 Warrior Apprentice in 3 days. This speed was several times stronger than those geniuses. Young Master, Big Brother has sent a message. Please take a look. With the jade slip in her hand, Qing Ling walked lightly to Li Lingtian's room door. Her little face was flushed and she looked unnatural. This was the first time she had seen Li Lingtian ever since the incident last time. She could not avoid Li Lingtian's presence when she received news from Qingyun, so she had no choice but to deliver the news to him. "Come in." Li Lingtian slowly stopped his cultivation and opened his eyes to look at the little beauty before him. After the cold air was expelled, he had completely recovered and was exuding an alluring youthful aura. However, when he saw Qingling's shy expression, he waved his hand and called out. He naturally knew that Qingling was shy, but this little beauty's appearance made him even more tempted. "Yes." Qingling gave a soft before she slowly walked toward Li Lingtian. Her heart was thumping, and she felt extremely shy when she thought about how she was a few days ago. Li Lingtian took the jade slip and inserted his divine consciousness into it to filter the information inside. It was filled with the latest news about Moonrise City. Moonrise City was still the same as before, but what interested him was the auction that was going to be held in 5 days. This auction was the grandest one in soliciting Moon City. It was held once every 5 years. Qingling watched Li Lingtian from the side. Her heart was moved by his focus and seriousness. During this period of time, he had also learned a little about the young master's personality. Although his methods were magical and his strength was deep, he was an amiable youth. She was elegant and graceful, giving off a feeling of intimacy. Unknowingly, she was getting closer to Li Lingtian and her delicate body was already leaning against him. "Yes, we naturally can't let such a thing go." Li Lingtian withdrew his divine consciousness from the jade slip with a smile on his face. It had been quite some time since he came to the Azure Continent, but this was his first time in Moonrise City. Naturally, they would not let go of such an auction. Moonrise City was even more powerful than the Azure Continent. The treasures in the auction, which was held once every 5 years, were naturally extremely precious. After he finished speaking, he kept the jade slip but found that Qingling was already leaning against him. The smile on his face became evil, and a faint fragrance reached his nose. He reached out and pulled Qingling into his embrace. "Auction? Do you want to go?" Li Lingtian asked after Qingling had helped him tidy up his clothes. In the past, Qingling was rather embarrassed. However, after what had happened with Li Lingtian, she had let go. As Li Lingtian's maid, it was normal for her to serve him. Moreover, she would be satisfied even if she was a maid-to-be with Li Lingtian. There was no woman in the world who would not fall for a genius like Li Lingtian, who was elegant and powerful. "Young master, are you bringing Qingling?" Qingling was excited when she heard Li Lingtian's words. She had never been to such a place before. She was always in her room and had to endure the pain of the cold. Now that she was with Li Lingtian, she was extremely happy every day. However, she did not dare to disobey Li Lingtian. She knew her identity and no matter what, she was still a young master. "If you're going, then go. Change into a set of beautiful clothes." Li Lingtian looked at Qingling's attire and found it somewhat shabby. It would be embarrassing for him to go out and see a beautiful lady dressed in such shabby attire. Although she was born beautiful, she still needed to dress up. "My clothes are all like this." Qingling lowered her head and said softly. In the past, when she followed her brother, the spirit stones that her brother earned were all used to buy pills that could resist the cold. She still had extra spiritual stones to buy beautiful clothes. Besides, she rarely went out of Li Lingtian's cave abode and did not care about her clothes, because she knew that her appearance needed clothes to complement it. "Let's go. I'll bring you to buy some. Take this spirit stone and buy whatever you need in the future." Li Lingtian glanced at Qingling. This little girl had suffered a lot. Now that he had encountered her, it was no problem for him to obtain spiritual stones. His spirit sense entered the storage bag and found a random storage bag. He took it out and handed it to Qingling. He didn't know how many spirit stones were inside, but he knew that there were at least 1,000,000 spirit stones in this storage bag. There were billions of spirit stones in his storage bag. 10,000, 100,000, 1,000,000, and even 10,000,000. He did not want to count the spirit stones during the transaction. His wealth was more than 40 billion, so he did not care about this little bit. Moreover, he wouldn't know about the spirit stones in the storage bag of the warriors he killed. He would use them as tips or use them. Thank you, young master. Qingling happily accepted the storage pouch and planted a kiss on Li Lingtian's cheek with her rosy lip. She looked extremely happy. She was jumping around like a child. In fact, she was only a child. At 15 years old, she was just a little girl. Soon after, Li Lingtian left the cave abode with Qingling and headed toward Moonrise City. She could act coquettishly in front of Li Lingtian when there was no one around, but she was a qualified maid outside. On the bustling street, people were coming and going, and there were countless hawking sounds. Seeing such a lively street, Qingling was extremely excited. She rarely came out in the past, and under the invasion of the cold air, she didn't have the mood to appreciate these things. Now that the chill was gone, he had some cultivation and countless spiritual stones on him. Coupled with the nourishment from Li Lingtian, he was as happy as a little bird. On the way, he saw that there were more than 1,000,000 spirit stones in his bag of holding. He was extremely excited. Young master, wait. I want to buy this. Young master, what do you think of this? This is so beautiful. What? 100 low-grade spirit stones? All right then. I want this. Li Lingtian's ears were filled with Qingling's happy voice. He could only smile wryly. Why was it that girls were so tireless when they were shopping? He was now a strong person, but he was already feeling tired. The women in his previous life usually went shopping for a few hours. Now, he was a little impressed by those men. Aren't they tired after a few hours? However, he was very happy to be with this little beauty because he did not have the slightest worry. Chapter 249 Chapter 249 Condensing Light Mirror. Chapter 249 Condensing Light Mirror. At this moment, a discordant voice sounded. I like this one. I want everything here. A crisp voice reached Li Lingtian's ears as he turned around to look behind. She saw a 20-year-old woman looking at Qingling with disdain. Beside her was a man in embroidered clothes. The one who spoke was the young woman. The woman could be considered a beauty, but her aura gave people a sense of disgust. I asked for this first. Qingling had an aggrieved expression. She was an orphan since young, so she could only endure when faced with such a strong force. However, Li Lingtian had doted on her during this period of time and allowed her to enjoy the happiness that other girls should have. He was not pleased with the woman's words. Furthermore, since he liked the things that he had set his eyes on, he would not give them away so easily. Why? Look at you. You still have the qualifications to snatch things from me? The young woman looked at the cheap clothes on Qingling's body and revealed a look of disdain, but more than that, she was jealous. Because she realized that this little girl was extremely beautiful. Even if she wore cheap clothes, they could not hide her beauty and temperament. Sister Ling, I want to go back to this little girl. I happen to be missing a maid. Do you know who 1 a.m.? Apologize to my sister Ling and let her be my maid. In the future, she will enjoy endless glory and wealth. The embroidered-robed man's eyes revealed an evil look as he kept scanning Qingling's body. His eyeballs were about to pop out. It wouldn't be a pity if he didn't get a little beauty like her on his bed. Moreover, this little girl was dressed like a poor person. With her identity and family background, it was naturally easy to capture her. When it was in his hands, He could play with it as he pleased. "Cousin, you have bad intentions again." When the young woman saw the man in embroidered clothes, she naturally knew that her cousin had taken a fancy to this little fox. How could she not know what kind of person her cousin was? She was even more jealous of this little girl in front of her. If he had this little fox, how would he be able to establish himself in the future? "Don't worry, it's just for fun." The embroidered-robed man walked in front of Qing Ling. The evil smile on his face became even wider. He could already imagine this beautiful little girl moaning under his body. Such a beautiful little girl must be very fun to play with. Li Lingtian had been watching the man in embroidered clothes and the young woman from the front with a faint smile on his face. A murderous intent rose in his heart. Qing Ling's expression slowly became aggrieved. Countless people surrounded her to watch the show, and her young master was nowhere to be seen. "You dare? If my young master finds out, you're dead." Qing Ling also started to feel scared. This man in embroidered clothes was obviously not a good person. He was definitely a playboy who indulged in debauchery. If she fell into his hands, her life would be over. Her body and mind belonged to the young master. Looking at you, your master must be trash too. If you follow this young master, I'll guarantee you wealth and glory. The smile on the embroidered-robed man's face grew wider and wider. Even such a beautiful maid was dressed so shabbily. He believed that the other party was just an ordinary martial artist. Even the top 10 families in soliciting Moon City would not dare to provoke the Yen family easily. "One don't want this anymore. You can take it." Qing Ling saw that the situation wasn't right and looked at the accessory in her hand reluctantly. In the end, she put it back where it was. If she couldn't afford to offend it, she had to avoid it. She was about to leave to look for Li Lingtian after she put away the accessory when someone grabbed her hand. "It's not that easy to leave. Just follow me back obediently." The embroidered-robed man chuckled. He grabbed Qing Ling's wrist with one hand and leaned his head closer, sniffing her continuously. Tisk. All. At this moment, his arm felt a sharp pain. His arm was cut off by a light shadow and fell to the ground. Blood immediately gushed out. The heart-wrenching pain made him scream. Then, he cast a few spells to stop the bleeding on his injured arm. His eyes were fierce as he looked not far away. A white-robed young man smiled at him. The white-robed young man had been standing there the entire time. However, he only had eyes for the little beauty in front of him and completely ignored the surrounding martial artist. After the others moved aside, Qing Ling spotted Li Lingtian. It turned out that young master had been waiting for her there. "Young master, they are bullying me." 2 streams of crystal-clear tears streaked across Qing Ling's small face as she threw herself into Li Lingtian's arms without any hesitation. "It's fine. I've been watching. Don't worry, I'm here." Li Lingtian gently patted Qing Ling's back before walking up step by step. He glared at the man in embroidered clothes with a sharp gaze and a smile on his face. "Bastard, you're dead. How dare you hurt me? I'll make you wish you were dead. And you, I'll make you want to die tonight." When the man in embroidered clothes saw Li Lingtian, he knew that the person who injured him was the white-clothed youth. How could he tolerate such hatred when he plotted against him and cut off his arm? Moreover, a trace of jealousy grew in his heart. He thought he was cool, but when he saw this young man in white, he knew what cool was. His temperament was innate. "You have a foul mouth. You deserve a beating." The smile on Li Lingtian's face remained. Was he courting death by scolding him? He was courting death by having designs on his woman. Although Qing Ling was only his maid, she was still his woman. The 4 things that a man had to protect were: protect his woman, protect his family, protect his brothers, and protect the territory under his feet. Besides, women were Li Lingtian's top priority. If a girl could not protect him when he gave her all his heart, What kind of man was he? After saying that, he waved his hand and slapped her across the air. Pa! The crisp sound jolted the young woman awake. She kept staring at Li Lingtian and was attracted by his elegant and graceful body. F***ck, how dare you hit me? Do you know who 1 a.m.? The embroidered-robed man was stunned by the slap. Countless martial artists revealed expressions of schadenfreude. I'm hitting you. I don't care who you are. Your mouth is so cheap. One have to teach you a lesson. Li Lingtian said calmly. Those who threatened him were fools. He hated it when someone threatened him. The people who threatened him were no longer there. He had always strangled the threat in the cradle. Pa pa pa. A series of crisp sounds rang out as the chi in the air shot out and Li Lingtian's palm flew. The moment the sound fell, the man in embroidered clothes turned into a pig's head. Even if his mother came, she wouldn't be able to recognize him. Countless martial artists who were watching revealed terrified expressions. Who wasn't afraid of being beaten up like this? How dare you have designs on my woman? You're courting death. Li Lingtian's body flashed as he kicked out. Instantly, the man in embroidered clothes let out a crisp sound from his lower body, followed by a shrill scream as his body was thrown out. Young master! Qingling leaned against Li Lingtian as tears rolled down her face. She was extremely happy when she heard Li Lingtian say that she was his woman. Didn't you want this? Li Lingtian looked at Qingling and wiped the tears off his face. He could not bear to see this little beauty sad. After saying that, he took out the accessory that Qingling wanted to buy and threw a middle-grade spirit stone over. He looked at the young woman with a sharp gaze, and the young woman immediately trembled. Do you want to hit a woman? The young woman smiled. She did not even take the man in embroidered clothes' injury to heart as she looked at Li Lingtian with a teasing gaze. Pa! A loud slap landed on the young woman's face. Instantly, her face swelled up. She's not my woman. I can hit her whenever I want, let alone a slut like you. Li Lingtian's cold words stunned all the warriors. They did not expect the white-robed young man to hit a woman. However, they were rendered speechless by Li Lingtian's words. This young man was right. If he didn't hit women, the women of the divine martial continent would have cultivation bases. If he met them, he wouldn't have been killed for nothing. After saying that, Li Lingtian took Qingling's hand and left without even looking at the man in embroidered clothes and the dazed young woman. You injured a disciple of my Yen clan and left just like that? Is it that simple? At this moment, a cold voice sounded. As the voice fell, an explosive attack shot over, and the air seemed to be burning. Oh no, it's Yenmia, the genius disciple of the Yen family. He's a 5th-level martial emperor. He's finished this time. Hurry up and retreat. A 2nd-level martial emperor is extremely powerful. Don't get us into trouble. He's dead. Countless martial artists cried out in alarm and quickly moved to the sides, leaving a large area of empty space. A figure appeared in the air. At the same time, the explosive attack arrived behind Li Lingtian and his companion. You're courting death. Instead of advancing, Li Lingtian retreated to meet the explosive attack head-on. With a twist of his body, a ball of icy blaze appeared in his hand. He extended his hand and the icy blaze collided with the destructive attack. There was no sound of explosion as the destructive attack was nullified. The frost flame in Li Lingtian's hand continued to devour the destructive force. With a wave of his hand, the icy flames in his hand shot out at an extremely fast speed. The young man in the air was shocked when he saw Li Lingtian easily negating his attack. This white-robed young man clearly had no cultivation, but he had injured a disciple of the Yen family. Now, he had even neutralized his own attack. He gradually felt fear in his heart. Seeing the arrival of the ice flames, a huge weapon slashed out. Tisk! A terrifying thing happened. The light emitted by the weapon cut the icy flame in half. The two halves of the icy flame didn't stop at all and shot toward Yenmia. Flame Extinguisher did not expect things to turn out like this. His attack could not even break through one attack. Instead, it made his opponent's attack stronger. Condensing Light Mirror. Despite his shock, he did not dare to use any more attacks to counter it. With a flick of his divine consciousness, a round mirror appeared in his hand. Immediately, a dazzling beam of light shot toward Li Lingtian's icy frost flame. Chapter 250 Buying Clothes. Chapter 250 Buying Clothes. Their attacks were extremely fast. In an instant, the two attacks collided. With a hissing sound, the icy frost flame quickly reversed. Li Lingtian grabbed it with one hand and disappeared. He was shocked. He didn't expect the ice flame to be restrained. While he was shocked, his mind spun rapidly. With a wave of his hand, the ice/fire ring appeared in front of him. The moment the ice and fire ring appeared, the light from the light condensing mirror had already hit him. His body swayed and he quickly retreated. 9 heavens of ice, destruction. The entire process was extremely fast. With just a slight pause, he would be killed. When experts fought, not only did they need powerful attacks and defenses, but they also needed quick-witted minds and agile reactions. The ice/fire ring blocked the attack of the condensing light mirror. He circulated his true essence and raised his hands. A flame and a glacier appeared in his hands at the same time. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth rushed over, and an aura of death and destruction appeared in the air. He clasped his hands together, and a 3-colored pillar of light shot out. The pillar of light was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it tore through space and arrived in front of Yenmia. Ice/fire dual martial souls. Yen Lai destroy. Flame Extinguisher was shocked to see Li Lingtian's reaction speed despite being a young man with no cultivation. If he were in Li Lingtian's shoes, he would not have such a reaction speed. Feeling the death and destruction aura in the air, he was also extremely shocked. The ice and fire dual martial souls were extremely terrifying. Moreover, the opponent had fused the two extremes together. Needless to say, the power was naturally shocking. He did not dare to be careless at all. He circulated his true essence and used the Yen family's destruction skill. Immediately, a shocking flame with destructive power welcomed the pillar of light. Not far away, countless warriors were terrified and quickly ran away. Qingling was also shocked and worried when she saw the young master fighting in the air. However, the battle in the sky was completely beyond her imagination. She didn't expect her young master to be so powerful. She stared blankly at the sky. Rumble! A shocking explosion sounded, and the destructive halo and residual force scattered. Countless martial artists did not have time to escape and were directly destroyed. However, the buildings on both sides of the street seemed to be protected by arrays. They only trembled slightly before the residual force and attack were offset. In the air, the genius disciple of the Yen family, Yenmia, who was floating in the air, had a huge change in expression as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, cracks quickly appeared on his body. Finally, a mysterious light shot out from his body, and his true essence also exploded. His body quickly fell to the ground, and when he fell to the ground, he was completely lifeless. A second-level martial emperor genius had fallen. The entire battle happened in the blink of an eye. The Yen family genius ambushed him, but he was killed in the end. It affects my mood. If you don't seek death, you won't die. Li Lingtian looked at the embroidered-robed man on the ground and the young woman who had been slapped. He held Qingling's hand and continued walking forward. They continued to move forward. It was only less than 10 seconds, but a second-level martial emperor genius disciple was killed in those 10 seconds. Even in Moonrise City, a martial emperor was considered a top-notch expert. It was not as if martial grandmasters were everywhere. This young man had killed a martial emperor. What kind of person was he? "Let's go buy some clothes for you. Buy some pretty clothes," Li Lingtian said with a smile. The two of them quickly disappeared from the crowd's sight. Countless warriors had already fled and the street was empty. There was no one left. The embroidered-robed man on the ground had a dazed expression. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He had caused trouble and harmed his own genius. He would be punished when he returned. The young woman had never thought that this white-robed young man would be so powerful. He looked to be only 17 or 18 years old. How could he be so powerful? "Young master, they are from the Yin clan." Qingling was still traumatized by Li Lingtian's recent battle. Although she was not familiar with the influence of Moonrise City, the Yin family's name was well known. This young master doesn't even put the small Yin family in his eyes. If I'm afraid of the Yin family, can I still be considered human? The smile on Li Lingtian's face was calm. As he finished his sentence, he whispered into Qingling's ear. "Yes." Qingling did not react in time as she answered directly. However, when she saw the change in the smile on Li Lingtian's face, she immediately realized that there was another meaning behind his words. She recalled the time when she was with the young master and her entire body felt weak. Her face was flushed red. Although she was already with Li Lingtian, she was still a 15-year-old girl. "Young master, you bullied Qingling." Qingling quickly refused to comply. Soon, she forgot about what happened and felt extremely shy. The two of them chatted softly as they shopped. Finally, they arrived at a clothing store and went in. Inside the shop, it was a colorful world. There were all kinds of clothes, ranging from a few spirit stones to tens of thousands of spirit stones. "Please come in, sir. What kind of clothes do you need? Our shop has the most fashionable and beautiful clothes." A woman in her 30s stood up happily to greet Li Lingtian and his wife upon their arrival. "Is there a separate place to try it on?" Qingling saw the countless clothes in the shop and was extremely happy. However, if she wanted to buy clothes, she had to try them on. "Yes, of course. Behind this is the VIP fitting room." The lady in the shop did not show any disdain when she saw Qingling's attire because she could see Li Lingtian's temperament. From Li Lingtian's temperament, one could tell that he was a young master from an aristocratic family. That little girl must have just been recruited as a maid. However, that maid was a top-notch beauty. "Pick some first. I'll wait for you." Li Lingtian looked at the clothes in the store. They were indeed not bad. The quality and style were displayed here. However, the clothes in this world were no different from the clothes of the Tang, Ming and Song dynasties. Men's clothes felt like they were floating out of the world. Most of the women were wearing light clothes, revealing a bit of their breast. If they were strong and full, they would be able to see a bit of their breast. When Qingling bought clothes, he naturally couldn't watch over her. He only needed to give her spirit stones. However, Qingling dragged Li Lingtian in after choosing a dozen clothes, saying that she was afraid of being alone. Li Lingtian had no choice. He had seen every inch of this little girl's body, so naturally, he would not be rude. When the lady in the shop saw Qingling and Li Lingtian enter to try on clothes, a smile appeared on her face. Why were young girls nowadays so open-minded? However, she thought that this woman should have already become this young man. Otherwise, she wouldn't be pulling a man. Upon entering the fitting room, Li Lingtian and Qingling were surprised. This fitting room was indeed a VIP class place. It was a private room of 20 square meters. There were also refreshments and refreshments. It was decorated elegantly. Following that, Li Lingtian swiped his hand in the air and scanned the place with his divine perception. There was no array formation inside. He was relieved as he did not want to be watched. After witnessing what Li Lingtian had done, Qingling knew that this place was safe. He did not care that Li Lingtian was alone here as he removed his clothes. After taking off her clothes, Qing Ling's small face was flushed red as she quickly put on her new clothes. "Young master, what do you think?" Qing Ling shouted at Li Lingtian, who was behind her after she was dressed. Very good. This dress was specially made for Qing Ling. Only by wearing it on Qing Ling would it not be an insult to this dress. Li Lingtian noticed that Qing Ling was dressed in a light purple robe. It fitted her perfectly as if it was tailor-made. Her petite body and jade-like skin accentuated her beauty. Following that, Li Lingtian activated his Ice Soul martial soul. He only put away the cultivation technique after Qing Ling had finished trying on her 10th set of clothes. It was truly a torture in front of this little girl. "Little girl, you'll have a good time tonight." Li Lingtian stood up and finally heaved a sigh of relief. He glared at Qing Ling with a sharp gaze. Humph! Qing Ling pouted her little lips and did not take it to heart. She leaned closer to Li Lingtian and a fragrance wafted into his nose. Her proud chest rested on his arm. However, she blushed even more when she heard Li Lingtian's words. Naturally, she understood what he meant. That time, she was knocked out by Li Lingtian. Qing Ling carried the clothes and the two of them walked out. "I want all these clothes." Li Lingtian pointed at the clothes in Qing Ling's arms. Judging from her appearance, she liked all the clothes she had tried on. Moreover, he saw that Qing Ling didn't have any good clothes on her, so these clothes weren't worth much. Besides, as long as the woman he liked was happy, it didn't matter how many spirit stones he had. "Sir, these clothes are a total of 490,000 low-grade spirit stones." The woman in the shop was surprised. She was really generous to buy so many clothes for a maid. Qing Ling didn't say anything, but her heart was filled with sweetness. However, when he heard 490,000 low-grade spirit stones, he was also shocked. 490,000 low-grade spirit stones. If he bought the clothes he was wearing, he would have to buy 100,000 pieces. When Li Lingtian saw Qing Ling's expression, he reached out and stroked her hair. It was only 490,000 lower spiritual stones. He would not hesitate even if it was 9 billion. Qing Ling happily put the clothes into her storage bag. The two of them left the shop happily. They looked at the time and walked towards the auction house. Qing Ling had a smile on her face. However, she knew a lot about the outside world. She wanted to be a maid. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of the auction house. No matter where the Moonrise auction house was located, the largest auction house and shop were all named after the city. Chapter 251 Chapter 251 Jade Hairpin. Chapter 251 Jade Hairpin. When they arrived at the auction house, there were already countless experts entering. However, before entering, they had to show their own token, which was also the token for entering and leaving the auction house. "Welcome to the Moonrise auction house. Are you bringing her in?" A Tier 3 martial arts grandmaster powerhouse was smiling when he saw Li Lingtian approaching. However, he was stunned when he saw Qing Ling beside Li Lingtian. "Not bad." Li Lingtian nodded. However, he only had one plaque and there were no seats left for him to bring one person in. "If you bring her in, you can choose a private room," the martial arts grandmaster said with a smile. He could not let go of such an opportunity to earn money. "How many spirit stones do one need to pay for the private room?" Li Lingtian asked directly. He had plenty of spiritual stones. It would be acceptable if Qing Ling was standing inside since she was a maid. However, if there was a private room, it would not be a problem for him to have one. "Not much. As long as you add 1 million low-grade spirit stones, it will be enough." The martial arts grandmaster smiled apologetically. Those who could participate in this auction were not martial emperors. Martial emperors would naturally not care about these few spirit stones. Moreover, they were young and had brought their families with them. Naturally, they would choose a private room. Let's change to a private room. Li Lingtian looked like a spoiled brat as he glanced at Qing Ling and smiled. He then handed the 1,000,000 lower spiritual stones and the token to the Wuzong. All right, please wait a moment. The martial arts grandmaster expert smiled and quickly put away the spirit stones. He took out a green token and saw the words 3 and 6 written on it. Li Lingtian took the token and left with Qing Ling towards the auction house. When they entered the auction hall, 2 passages appeared. One led to the hall, and the other led to the private room on the 2nd floor. Young master, isn't this too wasteful? Qing Ling lamented when she saw Li Lingtian spending another 1,000,000 lower spiritual stones. However, she knew that Li Lingtian was worried that she would not have a seat. For her sake, her young master had wasted 1,000,000 lower spiritual stones. Do you want to stand? Li Lingtian said lightly. He opened the wooden door of the private room number 36 and entered the private room, half lying on the leather sofa. Although the private room was simple, it was not shabby. Moreover, it was exquisitely decorated. After Qing Ling closed the wooden door, she sat beside Li Lingtian and gently massaged his shoulders. Li Lingtian's face revealed a look of enjoyment. Time slowly passed as Li Lingtian enjoyed the gentle massage. The auction had just begun. However, before the auction began, Li Lingtian had already scanned the cultivation states of everyone present. All of them were martial monarch realm experts. There were more than 400 of them. He did not dare to be too impudent and immediately withdrew his divine sense. Everyone, welcome to the Moonrise Auction House. 1 a.m. Nangong Fei, the host for today. Li Lingtian peeked through the small window covered in gauze and saw a Tier 7 martial emperor elder greeting the auction house with a fist salute. Everyone knows the rules of the auction house. You can't fight in the auction house. The highest bidder wins. The 10 items are all extremely precious treasures and materials. Moreover, this time we can use items to exchange for them. Nangong Fei said loudly, which immediately caused a lot of discussion. This way, he could use a precious item to exchange for it. Those who had more spirit stones might not be able to get a treasure. Qingling, keep an eye on the items during the auction. I'm going to rest for a while. Remind me of every item. It was rare for Li Lingtian to watch these people compete. As long as there was nothing he liked, he did not have to bother with them. After saying that, she rested her head on Qing Ling's lap and closed her eyes to sleep. A faint body fragrance intoxicated him. This kind of life was free and easy. Qing Ling gently massaged Li Lingtian's head and nodded her head. She was elated that her young master would be willing to waste 1,000,000 spiritual stones just to get a seat for her. Time slowly passed. Every time an item or treasure appeared, Qing Ling would whisper the name of the treasure into Li Lingtian's ear. In a flash, the first 4 treasures had been auctioned off. When the 5th treasure was auctioned off, Qing Ling revealed a happy smile and an envious expression. Young master, the 5th item is a jade hairpin. It's a low-grade imperial weapon and a defensive treasure. It can withstand the attack of any martial arts grandmaster. Qing Ling said enviously, but she didn't show it. This kind of treasure was basically used by girls as an accessory. However, it could block the full-force attack of a martial arts grandmaster and automatically defend. Li Lingtian ignored him and continued to sleep. Qing Ling could only watch enviously as the powerhouses competed. 40 million low-grade spirit stones. 4,300 low-grade spirit stones. 45 million low-grade spirit stones. 50 million low-grade spirit stones. The price soared wildly and soon, the price exceeded 100 million. Moreover, the competing experts did not have any intention of giving up. The experts who competed were basically women. Either the man had a woman by his side, or they were competing for the woman to use. This is not bad, 500 million. Just as Qing Ling was admiring him, Li Lingtian spoke indifferently. His eyes remained closed as if he was sleeping. However, this voice shocked Qing Ling. The price below was only a little over 200 million, but young master actually said 500 million. Although his voice was very soft, she heard it. Why would young master want such an item? 500 million spirit stones was an astronomical figure. Qingling, didn't you hear what one said? 500 million. Li Lingtian replied calmly when he saw that Qingling was silent. There was a hint of anger in his voice. This made Qingling feel uneasy. If she couldn't handle her young master's matters well, she would be neglecting her duty. Although she was young master's woman, she was still a maid. Qingling heard it. Qingling quickly replied. If young master was really angry, what would she do? 500 million. A crisp voice rang out. It wasn't loud, but it reached the ears of all the Force Emperors like a clap of thunder. Instantly, all the martial emperors were charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Not many people could take out 500 million low-grade spirit stones. He didn't expect that someone in a private room would actually bid 500 million for this low-grade emperor artifact. This item was obviously for a woman. Usually, women would depend on men. For a man to bid 500 million for a woman, it was obvious that this person was very generous. 500 million. 500 million. What a big deal. He actually bid 500 million. 500 million low-grade spirit stones to compete for this jade hairpin. Shoo! Countless experts were shocked, but they did not dare to provoke the people in this private room. Countless divine senses quickly pressed over, but outside the private room, there was a restriction that blocked divine senses. They had no idea what kind of person was inside. 500 million low-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the bid? Nangong Fei was so happy that he couldn't describe it. This jade hairpin was worth at most 150 million. He didn't expect it to be sold for 500 million. He had made a killing this time. 500 million low-grade spirit stones going once. 500 million low-grade spirit stones going mice. 500 million low-grade spirit stones going thrice. This jade hairpin belongs to the distinguished guest in private room number 36. Nangong Fei said happily. Then, he asked a maid to bring the box containing the jade hairpin to the private room. Soon, a young girl appeared at the door of the private room. There was a knock on the door. Qing Ling gently leaned Li Lingtian's head on the sofa and walked forward to open the door. Young master, young miss, this is the low-grade emperor artifact jade hairpin that you won. A young girl walked in. She originally wanted to see who had bought the jade hairpin for 500 million, but she never expected it to be a young girl and a young man. She was extremely shocked. Yes, give it to me, Li Lingtian said to the young lady as he sat up straight. Young master. Qing Ling received the box and handed it to Li Lingtian with an envious expression. When the young lady saw Qing Ling accept the box and heard her address the young man as young master, she immediately understood that this young lady was just a maid. Her face revealed a trace of disdain and jealousy. She looked down on Qingling's clothes, so she shouldn't be an important maid. She was jealous of Qingling's beauty. And not bad. It's a peerless low-grade emperor weapon. Defensive low-grade emperor weapons are even rarer. Li Lingtian sized them up carefully, completely ignoring the envious looks on Qing Ling and the young girls' faces. He commented as he sized her up, a satisfied expression on his face. Do you like it? Qing Ling and the young lady were astonished. They did not expect Li Lingtian to say such a thing and did not know if it was true. I like it. I like it. The two of them couldn't help but agree to come out at the same time. Who wouldn't like such a treasure? Moreover, it was the girl's favorite hairpin. If you like it, wear it. If you don't like it, throw it away. Li Lingtian looked at Qing Ling as he stood up and spoke indifferently. He then waved his hand to signal for Qing Ling to come over. Qing Ling was stunned. The young girl was also stunned. She didn't expect that the jade hairpin that this young man had won with 500 million low-grade spirit stones was actually for this poor girl. Don't you want it? Then throw it away. Li Lingtian raised his hand as if he was about to throw it away. His expression was calm and there was no change in his expression. Yes, yes. Qing Ling woke up and quickly walked over, but 2 streams of tears fell from her face. She had never felt such happiness, such sweetness, and such warmth. It turned out that the young master had never forgotten her. This jade hairpin was also sold to him. He had used 500 million to directly crush all the experts. The jade hairpin that he had competed for was for him. Li Lingtian gently inserted the jade hairpin into Qing Ling's hair and nodded in satisfaction. Then, he handed 500 million low-grade spirit stones to the girl. After the girl counted the spirit stones, he waved his hand to signal her to leave. If they dared to look down on the people around them, they would regret it and be shocked. Qing Ling no longer cared about anything else as she snuggled into Li Lingtian's arms. The tears on her face kept falling uncontrollably. With a smile on his face, Li Lingtian reached out to wipe away his tears as he waited for the next auction. 500 million spirit stones was nothing to him. Only the people around him liked it. What was 500 million? Chapter 252 Chapter 252 Treasure Controlling Art 1 Chapter 252 Treasure Controlling Art 1 Following that, Li Lingtian continued to sleep on Qing Ling's lap like before. Qing Ling reminded him when it was time for the auction. He really didn't want any ordinary weapons or treasures now. Unless it was medicinal herbs and materials, he wouldn't be tempted by anything else. He had the herbs, the herb garden in the divine dragon ring, and his own divine weapon. He was an alchemist, so he could refine level 5 pills for himself. He also had the recipe for level 6 pills. After that, the jade hairpin could be freely traded. During this period of time, he could take a rest. What free trade? He wasn't in the mood to do so. His goal was a technique called the treasure control art. This spell was a heaven-grade existence. The only advantage was that he could quickly control his treasures and weapons. More importantly, although this treasure control art was at the heaven rank, it could control people and treasures of the same rank. This was also what he was most interested in. Otherwise, he would not have come to participate in the auction. Young master, aren't we going to the free trade? Qing Ling looked at Li Lingtian and asked in a coquettish voice. Li Lingtian's head was already in her arms, causing her heart to race. I'm not going. There aren't any good treasures in the free trade. Wait a moment, pay attention to the competition for the treasure control art. Li Lingtian sniffed and a wicked smile appeared on his face. Qing Ling blushed and dared not look at Li Lingtian. After all, this was not a cave abode. However, she kept Li Lingtian's words in mind and did not dare to make any mistakes. What made her even more embarrassed was that Li Lingtian's palm kept caressing her fair and slender legs. It was as if she had been electrocuted. Her little face was flushed red as she looked at Li Lingtian with her seductive eyes. She was filled with desire, but she soon regained her senses. They were outside and she dared not go overboard. Moreover, when she heard Li Lingtian say that it was night, her heart thumped faster. Then, she snuggled into Li Lingtian's arms and enjoyed the warmth. The two of them enjoyed the spiritual fruits while talking. There were countless spiritual fruits in his divine dragon ring. He wouldn't be able to finish them even if he ate them every day. With the little beauty accompanying him, time passed very quickly. 2 hours passed and the free trade ended. In the auction house, the more precious the treasures and natural treasures were, the better they were. When it was time to trade for the 8th item, a faint smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face. "Young master, is the treasure-controlling art very good?" Qing Ling saw the look on Li Lingtian's face. Needless to say, her young master was determined to obtain this treasure-controlling art. However, he was curious as to what this treasure control art was for his young master to care so much about it. The treasure control art is a spell. It doesn't have any attack or defense. This spell is to increase the master's control over the treasure. Li Lingtian explained earnestly. He was never a child's play when it came to cultivation as it concerned the lives of others. If he misguided others, he would be harming them. This treasure control art was not useful for low-level warriors like Qing Ling. It was only useful for treasures above Emperor artifact. After he finished speaking, he quietly waited for Nangong Fei to continue his long-winded speech. This was the most basic knowledge of an auction host. The more interested a warrior was, the more intense the competition would be. No matter what, when it came to competition, one would often not be as calm as usual. Otherwise, why would the items in the auction house be so much more expensive than those outside? Not only was the quality good, but it was also safe to come from. Moreover, martial artists were affected when they competed. However, there were also some martial artists who would do anything to get what they wanted. Spirit stones were just a currency. To high-level martial artists, spirit stones were just currency. In the eyes of low-level martial artists, spirit stones could also be used for cultivation. The 8th item is a magic art. This magic art is extremely magical. For a martial artist, possessing this magic art can increase their strength by a large margin. Because no matter if it's a low-level or high-level martial artist, they are powerless to control treasures. Now I've obtained a magic art to control treasures, called the treasure control art. I believe everyone has heard that the treasure control art is not an offensive or defensive skill, but it can allow one to have a better understanding of the treasure and unleash the greatest power of the treasure. One won't be long-winded. There's no need for me to introduce it. Everyone knows how magical this treasure control art is. The starting price is 10 million, and the minimum price for each increase is 100,000. Nangong Fei took out a strange animal skin after he finished speaking. All the warriors were stunned. Usually, cultivation techniques and skills were recorded in jade slip. This way, they could be stored for an unlimited period of time and would not be destroyed. It was very rare to see skills and cultivation techniques recorded in beast skins. The beast skin was only the size of a palm, but it emitted a shocking demonic power. With his cultivation as a martial emperor, he could tell that this demonic power had been sealed. Otherwise, the demonic power would be more powerful than this. It should be a treasure control art. Li Lingtian said softly. He had never seen the treasure control art before, but a magical technique like the treasure control art could only exist in ancient times. Because only in ancient times did powerful treasures exist. Thinking about it, this beast skin should have belonged to a powerful divine beast. Using the beast skin of a divine beast as a carrier to record cultivation techniques, one did not need to think to know that the treasure control art was not fake. A base price of 10 million. The base price is 10 million. Is the spell recorded in this beast skin that powerful? Although this technique is at the heaven grade, it must be used by an expert with an emperor weapon. The starting bid is 10 million. For a moment, countless martial emperors were discussing animatedly. They did not start competing. One had to know that 10 million was only the base price. Moreover, this treasure-controlling art was only a support-type spell, and did not have any obvious help to ordinary martial artists. However, there were also people who were interested in this treasure control art, but they pretended to be indifferent. The more they did so, the more advantageous it was for their competition. 11 million spirit stones. A third-level martial emperor shouted out the price with a faint smile on his face. Seeing that no one was competing, he was naturally happy. If he had this treasure control art, his control over the Emperor artifact would be even more tacit. When he used it in a big battle, he would be able to unleash the power of the Emperor artifact even more. 12 million spirit stones. 13 million spirit stones. 14 million. However, he did not get what he wanted. After he shouted, 3 martial artists appeared behind him to increase the price. The auction house was silent. Li Lingtian's face revealed a faint smile. These people were acting too fake. The more it was like this, the more intense the competition would be. It was better to directly raise the price in front. Qingling, 100 million, Li Lingtian said calmly. Instead of competing slowly, it was better to do it with a bang. In case some bored people were dawdling here, a treasure control art still had to be so hypocritical. He was really speechless. Okay, 100 million. Let's see what their expressions are like. Qingling said happily. Her young master had a lot of spirit stones, so he didn't care about these spirit stones at all. She could tell from Li Lingtian's usage of spiritual stones that as long as the young master fancied something, he would get it no matter how expensive it was. He would not accept anything that he did not like even if it was sent over. 100 million low-grade spirit stones. A sweet and clear voice sounded. The sound of this voice always made countless martial artists speechless and helpless. Previously, 500 million spirit stones had crushed all the martial emperors. Now, the price was only slightly more than 10 million, but he had actually called out 100 million spirit stones. Does your family produce spirit stones? Or did you treat the spirit stones as mud? 100 million spirit stones? Aren't you looking for trouble? Hey. Who are they? It's her again. I wonder where he came from to actually spend so much money. For a moment, countless martial emperors no longer cared about their status, and began to complain. Last time they were crushed. Now, she was the one who offered 100 million. Wasn't this a slap in the face? 101 million spirit stones. 120 million spirit stones. There was still a need for this treasure control art. 100 million spirit stones simply could not stop their determination to obtain the treasure control art. Li Lingtian did not say a word, but Qingling's face was filled with excitement. However, some of them looked scared and wanted to raise the price. However, the spirit stones belonged to young master, so they didn't dare to act recklessly. For a moment, their hearts were itching. Do as you see fit. This young master wants this treasure-controlling art. Although Li Lingtian did not look at Qingling, he knew what the little girl was thinking based on his cultivation, divine consciousness, and experience. He needed this treasure-controlling art, and this little girl seemed eager to try it, so he would grant her this once. Thank you, young master. That's great. Qingling was momentarily stunned when she heard Li Lingtian's words. She then became excited and kissed Li Lingtian on her lips, acting as if she was showing off. 200 million low-grade spirit stones. It was that crisp and sweet voice again. Although it sounded sweet, in the eyes of these martial emperors, it was terrifying. This was because this sound was an invisible attack. The attack could only be counterattacked with spirit stones. In the end, no matter how powerful one was, they would not be able to withstand the other party's attack. The auction house was also a great battle. It was not a battle of strength, but a battle of spirit stones. Whoever had more spirit stones would win. Chapter 253 Chapter 253 God Soulwood. Chapter 253 God Soulwood. Speechless, he collapsed. This was crushing, a powerful crushing, a silent crushing. He didn't show any emotion, but a few simple words had caused countless people to collapse and be shocked. Little girl, are you deliberately looking for trouble? A fourth-level martial emperor couldn't hold it in anymore. He was crushed by the voice twice. It sounded like a little girl. He looked sharply at Li Lingtian's private room. Although he could not use his divine perception to check the other party's cultivation base and appearance, he could still find the source of the voice. Qing Ling looked aggrieved, but she did not say a word when she saw Li Lingtian waving his hand to stop her. 201 million low-grade spirit stones. The martial artist who had just spoken increased the bid once again. This was also his bottom line. If such a terrifying competition appeared again, this treasure control art would brush past him. 202 million low-grade spirit stones. 210 million low-grade spirit stones. 220 million low-grade spirit stones. Behind him, a few martial royal realm experts tried to increase the bid to see if the voice would bid again. Moreover, their bid increased. As long as this girl didn't raise the price, they would be relieved. However, Li Lingtian had to get what he wanted. Naturally, Qingling understood that she had to return the favor after being scared by someone. 400 million low-grade spirit stones. Qingling looked at Li Lingtian, who was standing beside her to test the waters. Seeing that Li Lingtian dared to raise the price to 400 million without saying a word, her heart began to pound. After bidding, she looked at Li Lingtian with her beautiful eyes. She was relieved to see that Li Lingtian was not angry. Her fair hands gently massaged Li Lingtian's shoulders as she loved him to the core. 400 million! Does the treasure-controlling art need 400 million? Little girl, you're courting death. Countless martial emperors were shocked speechless. The fourth-level martial emperor who spoke first had a purplish face and could no longer hold it in. With a wave of his hand, an invisible attack was launched towards number 36's private room at an extremely fast speed. All the martial emperors were shocked. They actually dared to fight in the auction house. They didn't have spiritual stones, but they still went to find trouble with others. They were really speechless. An invisible attack, ordinary people could not see it, but in front of a martial artist's divine sense, there was nowhere to hide. Just as the attack was about to hit the private room, a cold flame shot out from the small window. The flame was purple-blue in color. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the purple-blue flames collided with the invisible attack. It was so fast that the invisible attack was nullified. However, the purple-blue flame shot toward the fourth-level martial emperor. Tisk! In the air, wherever the flames passed, they were completely frozen. Countless martial emperors felt extremely cold and could only circulate their cultivation techniques to resist the cold. As soon as he finished speaking, the fourth-level martial emperor looked at the sky in horror. His expression froze, and he turned into an ice sculpture. His vitality quickly disappeared, and he did not even have the ability to resist. Shoo! There was an uproar, and all the experts were stunned. A fourth-level martial royal realm expert attacked first. In the end, he did not expect his opponent to break his attack and even lose his life. A fourth-level martial emperor did not even have the chance to resist. What kind of strange attack was this? Ice flame! Ice flame! The world's top 10 flames are also the world's top 10 mysterious ice. It's a mutation of ice and flames, and it's also a fusion. Can't be called ice or flames because ice has flames and flames have ice. This is the ice flame. I didn't expect such a cold ice flame to actually appear here. A thing like the icy frost flame, the natural enemy of martial artists, can actually be controlled so freely. It's too terrifying. With the ice frost flame, he's invincible among martial artists of the same rank. No wonder he has such a wealth. He's an expert who controls the ice frost flame. Could it be a supreme realm expert? Many martial emperors recognized the ice flame and were shocked. When they looked at the 36th private room, Their eyes were filled with horror. 400 million low-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the bid? Nangong Fei was speechless as he looked at the martial royal realm expert who had turned into an ice sculpture. When such a thing happened, it was supposed to be a fight in the auction house. However, the troublemaker had already been killed, so he had nothing to say. Moreover, this was a way out. He was also worried that the person in the private room was a martial honor. Although there were many martial honors in Moonrise City, none of them could be offended. He could only let this matter pass. Moreover, all the martial artists had seen that it was the 4th-level martial emperor who had caused trouble and was killed in the end. It was an easy instant kill. There was no shocking scene or impact, so it naturally could not be considered a fight. 400 million lower spiritual stones. Going twice. Anyone else? 400 million low-grade spirit stones going thrice. Congratulations to the person in private room number 36 for obtaining the treasure control art. Nangong Fei finally let out a sigh of relief. If this competition continued, something terrible would happen. Although it was said that the more intense the competition, the better. If it was too intense, he was afraid that he would not be able to control the situation. At that time, it would backfire. It was still the same young girl from before. She walked towards the private room on the 2nd floor with the treasure control art. Young master, this is the item you bid for. Please accept it. The young lady revealed a charming smile as she handed the box containing the treasure control art to Li Lingtian. However, Qing Ling accepted it. She then passed the treasure controlling manual to Li Lingtian. Naturally, she could tell that this young lady was seducing her young master and would not let her have her way. If her young master liked her, she would accept it. However, a maid seduced her young master first and seduced him in front of her. Wasn't this a joke? Li Lingtian smiled when he saw Qing Ling's expression. He extended his hand and stroked Qing Ling's small face. Then, he took the treasure controlling art and carefully examined it. The beast's skin was definitely obtained from an ancient demonic beast or even an ancient divine beast. Although this treasure control technique was carved on the beast's skin, it still required a powerful divine sense to be able to completely see through it. This was because the treasure controlling art was not limited to the hundreds of small seal characters on the surface of the beast's skin. After using his divine sense, he could see that there were countless array formations on the surface of the beast's skin. After breaking the array formations, he could only see the information inside. Ancient Spirit Sealing Array. Not bad. Li Lingtian activated his divine consciousness and put away the treasure controlling manual. He then began to count the spiritual stones in the divine dragon ring. With his powerful divine consciousness, he had finished counting the 400 million spiritual stones in just a few seconds. He handed the spirit stone over without even looking at the young girl. The young girl's expression clearly changed. This servant will take her leave. The young girl bowed respectfully and left the private room. Humph, rich kid, if it wasn't for the fact that my cultivation hasn't recovered. One would have killed you with one slap. The young girl left the private room and said angrily. She had never expected to be ignored by this young man twice. She had never received such treatment before. After saying that, she quickly covered her mouth and looked around. She was relieved when she saw that there was no one around. Then, he quickly brought the spirit stones back to the auction house. When he left, he did not forget to glare at private room number 36. After Li Lingtian kept the treasure control technique, he waited for the auction to begin. The treasures that came after should be pretty good. If he were to encounter precious materials and medicinal herbs, he would be able to compete for them. When Qing Ling saw Li Lingtian shaking his head at the 9th item, she knew that her young master did not like the 9th item. The two of them could only wait for the last item. It was not tiring for a man and a woman to work together, but while waiting, a man and a woman together did not feel bored at all. Naturally, Li Lingtian's palm was moving restlessly. Qingling could only endure his teasing. Finally, the 9th item was sold for 600 million. He could only be speechless. Treasures of the same level, in different places and at different times, had a huge difference in price. On the other hand, Qingling relaxed for a moment. Her delicate body felt as if it had been electrocuted and her heart raced. She was completely immersed in Li Lingtian's palm. If they were inside the cave abode, she would not have endured it like this. However, they were outside and she could only endure it. The 10th and final item. Nangong Fei was a little disappointed when he saw that there was no competition for private room number 36. However, he was more glad that he couldn't stand the overwhelming number of spirit stones. This item is a piece of god soul wood, an ancient god soul wood. I won't say anything about its use. If I say it, I'll be insulting all of you. There's no low price, no bottom line for raising the price. You can use whatever you have in exchange, as long as your own item can surpass the other party's. Nangong Fei said with a smile. As he spoke, a pitch-black piece of wood about a foot in size appeared in his storage bag. Rather than calling it wood, it would be more appropriate to call it iron. It was 1 foot long, 1 foot wide, and 1 foot high. There was no aura on it. God Soul Wood. There really is God Soul Wood. The God Soul Wood is one of the 5 ancient divine trees. It has a magical effect. When cultivating, it can protect a warrior's soul and increase the strength of the soul. Yeah, if I had a piece of God's soul wood like this, my divine sense would be strengthened. All the warriors were shocked. Similarly, Li Lingtian did not expect the 10th item to be the God's soul wood. This item was also arranged by the people in the auction house, so naturally, this news was not revealed. He naturally knew how powerful the God Soul Wood was. It was one of the 5 ancient divine trees. It was a legend in the divine martial continent. Not a bad piece of God Soul Wood. Looks like there will be competition this time. Li Lingtian's face revealed a smile. Qingling could not understand this smile, and did not know what young master was going to decide. She didn't know what young master was thinking, but she didn't guess at all. As young master's maid, she just had to do what she had to do. As young master's maid, she was also his woman. She could only silently support him from behind. She leaned against Li Lingtian with a blissful expression on her face. Chapter 254 Chapter 254 Wealth, Peak Duel 1. Chapter 254 Wealth, Peak Duel 1. Countless experts looked at the God Soul Wood with greed on their faces. A martial artist's consciousness and cultivation were always proportional, just like a martial soul, they were born with it. It was the same for the divine sense. The stronger the cultivation, the stronger the divine sense. Unless there was a mysterious cultivation method that specialized in cultivating the divine sense, otherwise, the cultivation level was directly proportional to the divine sense. However, Li Lingtian was an exception. As a person of 2 lifetimes, the fusion of 2 souls and the last soul of the Saint Lord of 9 Sons was also fused together. In his previous life, he was the 9 Yang Saint Lord. His soul was naturally incomparably powerful. The soul was the same as the consciousness. The stronger the soul, the stronger the consciousness. His martial arts grandmaster's consciousness was equivalent to the consciousness of a martial royal realm expert. Ordinary martial royal realm experts were not as powerful as his consciousness. Finally, someone couldn't wait any longer and started bidding. 2 million low-grade spirit stones. The bid was 100 million. It could be seen how magical and precious the God Soul Wood was. Moreover, such a treasure would be despised if the bid was too low. Although all the martial emperors were shocked by this price, They could only silently acknowledge it because this god's soul wood was indeed worth this price. 150 million. Another martial emperor increased the bid by 50 million. Although it was not as shocking as 100 million, 50 million was still a lot. 200 million. In the private room on the second floor, a calm voice sounded. It was also an increase of 50 million on the original price. 300 million. Similarly, this voice came from a warrior in the private room. It seemed that the real competition for the treasure was still the rich people in the private room. 400 million. In the auction house, an old man at the peak of the 8th level martial emperor shouted the price of 400 million coldly, without any expression on his face. 500 million. Spiritual stones were as worthless as dirt. Every time the bid was raised, it would be 100 million. Instantly, hundreds of martial emperors in the auction house were staring blankly. Although he envied the god Soulwood, he still needed to have that kind of wealth. Moreover, they were all extremely excited when they saw the peak battle between the powerful martial emperors. They looked even happier than when they were competing. "Do you still want to play?" Li Lingtian's palm caressed Qing Ling's perky buttocks with a smile on his face. Although she was only 15 years old, the places that should be developed had already developed perfectly. The texture was intoxicating and smooth to the extreme. "Yes," Qing Ling replied excitedly. This kind of competition was extremely exciting. Although her cultivation was very low, she could use spirit stones to crush these experts. It was also a kind of joy. And looking at young master's current situation, he seemed to be interested in the god Soulwood. "All right, let's have fun," Li Lingtian said with a smile. The god Soulwood was a legendary treasure that was rarely seen in 10,000 years. Naturally, he could not let it go. He could earn more if he ran out of spiritual stones, but the loss of these treasures meant that he would lose one more. "Yes," Qingling said happily. Her face was red with excitement and she looked extremely charming. Seeing a gap, he started to ponder how much he should bid. Young master said that if he wanted to play, he should have fun. What was fun? It was to make everyone feel pressured and shocked. 2 billion. Seeing that the price had already reached 900 million, Qing Ling directly added 1 billion, instantly raising the price to 2 billion. Sure enough, the martial artists below did not speak. The original price of 900 million had already reached the limit of a martial royal realm expert. There were only 6 or 7 people competing for it. However, they did not expect that private room number 36 would actually bid 2 billion. Wasn't this a blow to everyone? Comparisons were infuriating. Martial emperors were already rich enough. Moreover, the martial emperors who came here were basically the top figures of a sect or the leaders of a sect. Otherwise, they would not have so many spiritual stones. However, compared to the people in the 36th private room, all the martial emperors were nothing. The few competitors in the private rooms on the second floor were also surprised. They were all extremely curious about the person in private room number 36. One can still take out 2 billion spirit stones. I'll add a 7th rank demon beast inner core to the original price. A faint voice came from the private room on the second floor. 2 billion spirit stones was already the limit of the limit. Helplessly, he could only take out a 7th grade inner core. Only a rank 7 demonic beast had a rank 7 inner core. A rank 7 demonic beast had the strength of a martial emperor powerhouse. They did not expect someone to actually kill a rank 7 demonic beast with the strength of a martial supreme. Immediately, countless experts were incomparably shocked. A grade 7 inner core is indeed extremely precious. However, I have a 10,000-year icy jade heart here. I believe that this 10,000-year icy jade heart is even more precious than a grade 7 inner core. In the auction house, The old man, who was at the peak of the 8th level of the martial emperor realm, took out a piece of crystal-clear cold jade with one hand. Suddenly, the entire auction house seemed to have entered a world of glaciers. That's right. A 10,000-year-old icy jade heart is more precious than a 7th-tier inner core. Is there anyone better than the heart of the 10,000-year icy jade? Nangong Fei smiled. No matter what, the price of this god soul wood was already 2 billion. With the addition of this 10-millennium cold jade heart, he would definitely make a fortune. When Nangong Fei asked this question, a few experts revealed a trace of regret on their faces. They had very good materials and treasures, even better than the heart of the 10-millennium cold jade, but they did not have 2 billion low-grade spirit stones. The heart of the 10 millennia icy jade is indeed not bad, but everyone, take a look at this. Is it more valuable than the heart of the 10 millennia icy jade? Li Lingtian saw Qing Ling's helpless expression. No one could compete with her for spiritual stones, but since someone else had taken out a heaven-defying material, she naturally had no more. He didn't know if young master had any treasures, but he was sure that young master didn't have any. Li Lingtian could only shake his head when he saw the situation. He then spoke indifferently and activated the divine dragon ring with his divine consciousness. A fist-sized fruit appeared before him. The appearance of the fruit immediately caused the entire private room to become filled with spiritual energy. The spiritual energy spread outside, and the small window was opened. The fruit flew towards the auction house and finally floated above the auction house. In the auction hall, a 5-colored halo immediately appeared. The halo was filled with dense spiritual energy. The spiritual energy of the species was drifting in the air. All the martial artists were attracted by the bowl-sized fruit in the air. Under this spiritual energy, all the martial artists' spirits were roused. Immediately, their eyes revealed a greedy light. 5 elements spirit fruit. The real 5-star spirit fruit is the legendary 5-element spirit fruit. It was unknown who shouted, but there was excitement in his voice and a crazy expression on his face. After hearing this voice, all the martial artists went crazy because they were all martial royal realm experts. If they could get this 5-element spirit fruit, they could increase the chances of a martial royal realm expert advancing to the martial honored realm. Moreover, such a 5-element spirit fruit carried the chi of 5 elements. If a martial royal realm expert cultivated it, his cultivation speed would increase by countless times. It was definitely a heaven-defying treasure. It's indeed a 5-element spirit fruit. That's right, it's the 5-element spirit fruit. In the private room, a few experts said in shock. They were rank 9 martial emperors and lacked the opportunity to advance to the martial honor realm. If they had this heaven-defying treasure, the opportunity to advance to the martial honor realm would come. Sai, the heart of the 10 millennium cold jade is a precious material, but it's nothing compared to the 5 elements spirit fruit. The expert holding the heart of the 10,000-year icy jade sighed. He knew his limits. No martial emperor could resist the temptation of a martial honor. Not to mention the other martial emperors, even he couldn't resist the temptation of the 5 elements spirit fruit. If he had any wealth and treasures, he would definitely get this 5 elements spirit fruit. If the other party took out such a fruit, his wealth must be shocking. Moreover, he was willing to take out the 5 elements spirit fruit, so naturally, he did not need the 5 elements spirit fruit. Countless martial emperors had already regarded the people in the 36th private room as martial honors. If they were martial emperors, they would never have such a treasure, let alone take it out. Is there no one who can take out something better than the 5 elements spirit fruit? Nangong Fei was also extremely shocked. His face revealed an excited expression. With this 5 elements spiritual fruit, he could break through to the martial honored realm. No one knew that this god soul wood was his family heirloom. However, before he could finish, a voice interrupted him. Wait a minute. I can't just exchange this 5-element spirit fruit for a piece of God's soul wood. I want to exchange it for the heart of 10,000 years icy jade and the God's soul wood. Li Lingtian replied indifferently with a smile on his face. Qingling was stunned when she heard his words. He didn't expect young master to be so cunning. He didn't need to compete. When the time came, as long as that person got the God's soul wood, he would give up the God's soul wood in exchange for the 5 elements spirit fruit. During this period of time in the cave dwelling, she had gained a lot of knowledge. She knew a little about the various rare treasures in the divine martial continent. Naturally, she knew how precious the 5 elements spirit fruit was. It was a heaven-defying treasure. She had never thought that her young master would have such a treasure. Whoosh! There was an uproar. All the martial emperors were stunned. Who were these people? This was 2F** eking cunning. He actually used this trick. He was really speechless. However, the expert who held the heart of the 10,000-year icy jade revealed a crazed expression. It was obvious that number 36 had taken a fancy to his flirt of the 10,000-year icy jade and the God's soul wood. He wanted to use one item to exchange for 2. Although they all knew this, no one had such strength and courage. Sir, this is in line with the rules of the auction house. Nangong Fei was shocked. The 5 elements spiritual fruit in his hand flew away just like that. Wasn't this torture? Haha, rules are set by people. Besides, one didn't agree to exchange the 5 elements spirit fruit for the God's soul wood. Do you all think I'm a fool? The 5 elements spirit fruit blooms every 10,000 years, bears fruit every 10,000 years, and ripens every 10,000 years. 5 fruits appear at the same time. However, they appear at different times. They will only ripen slowly after 5 fruits appear. In other words, a ripe 5 elements spirit fruit will take at least 550,000 years. A 550,000-year-old 5 elements spirit fruit is not as precious as this, even if it's a heaven-defying treasure in the divine martial continent. Why would I return a piece of God's soul wood? In the private room, a faint voice spoke with confidence. Countless martial emperors were shocked. They didn't expect the experts in the private room to know so much about the 5 elements spirit fruit. Chapter 255 Chapter 255 The Deal 1 Chapter 255 The Deal 1 The martial emperors present were confused. If they wanted to exchange the 5 elements spirit fruit for the God's soul wood, they could just go to the auction house because the 10,000-year icy jade heart and 2 billion spirit stones could only be exchanged for the God's soul wood. Yet, he wanted the God's soul wood and the heart of the 10,000-year icy jade. This was illogical. Unless there were 2 pieces of God's soul wood or 2 pieces of 10,000-year frost jade. All the martial emperors knew that the expert in the 36th private room was not a fool. Number 36 had already taken out 500 million yuan to buy the jade hairpin and 400 million yuan to buy the treasure control art. The 2 treasures were worlds apart, but the price he offered was also completely opposite. It could be seen that this expert was acting according to his own mood. He would use any means to get his hands on the items he liked. An expert who had already taken out 900 million was bidding 2 billion for the God's soul wood. Such a huge sum was something that martial emperors could only look up to. This. Nangong Fei was already speechless. He couldn't make up his mind when faced with such a situation. Could it be that Your Excellency Nangong, the soliciting moon auction house, is going to force you to buy and sell? That's right. One have 2 hearts of the 10 millennia icy jade. The hearts of the 10 millennia icy jade are divided into yin and yang. The 2 hearts of the 10 millennia icy jade appear together. The expert with the heart of the 10,000-year icy jade said coldly. Instantly, everyone understood that there really were two hearts of the 10,000-year icy jade. He didn't care about the influence of the Moonrise auction house. He only cared about his cultivation. He was at the peak of the 8th level of the martial emperor realm, which was the perfect time to use the 5 elements spiritual fruit. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? He smiled faintly and looked towards private room 36. For a moment, the auction hall was extremely quiet. Nangong Fei didn't want to give up on the 5 elements spiritual fruit. 2 billion low-grade spirit stones and the heart of the 10,000-year-old icy jade. This piece of God's soul wood belongs to Sir Number 133. Nangong Fei pondered for a moment. This time, the appearance of the 5 elements spirit fruit had messed up his plans and ruined the reputation of the Moonrise auction house. In the end, he could only give the God's soul wood to the Martial Royal Realm expert number 133. The hammer struck down, and this piece of God's soul wood also had a buyer. However, the buyer number 133 was not a real buyer. "I'm curious, how did you know that I have 2 hearts of 10,000-year cold jade?" 133 Tier 8 martial emperors looked at Li Lingtian's private room and asked seriously. His curiosity was the same as everyone else's, including Nangong Fei. He was initially confused by Li Lingtian before he gradually understood something. It was only when Martial Emperor number 133 mentioned that he had 2 pieces of the 10 Millennium Cold Jade heart that he finally understood. "I'll grant you your wish. You're an 8th level Martial Emperor. It would be a waste if this 5 elements spiritual fruit was found elsewhere. However, with it on you, you'll definitely become a martial honor within 5 years. If you continue to inquire about everything about this young master, this deal will be off the table," Li Lingtian said coldly. With his ice soul martial soul, he had the ability to sense all water and ice-type treasures. "Thank you for your help. Your eyes are as sharp as torches. As long as I have this 5 elements spirit fruit, I can become a martial honor within 5 years. The rank 8 martial emperor in number 133 bowed respectfully to Li Lingtian's private room. His face was filled with respect and awe. That was because that expert had seen through his cultivation and mysterious cultivation technique. Everything about him could not be hidden from his eyes. "I see. Everything is under his control. No wonder he wants the God Soul Wood and the 10,000-year icy jade heart." He already knew that there were 2 hearts of the 10,000-year icy jade here. We were kept in the dark. He is definitely a martial honors senior. No one can keep up with this kind of thinking. It turns out that he has already controlled everything in his hands. All the martial emperors finally understood. In the beginning, he had confused everyone. No one knew what this move was. The martial emperors present were all confused by his word. They felt that something was wrong, but they could not remember. This was because he had used the 5 elements spirit fruit to exchange for the God Soul Wood and the heart of the 10,000-year icy jade. However, the heart of the 10,000-year icy jade had been exchanged for the God Soul Wood, and the heart of the icy jade had fallen into the auction house. Nangong Fei had the heart of 10,000-year-old icy jade and 2 billion spirit stones, while the martial emperor number 133 had the God Soul Wood. It was impossible to exchange for 2. Moreover, he had directly confronted Nangong Fei from the auction house, which had them completely baffled. Soon, the martial emperor number 133 had exchanged for the God's Soul Wood. He then took out the God's Soul Wood and the other piece of 10 Millennium Cold Jade heart he had on him and asked the maidservant to deliver the 2 items to Li Lingtian's private room. Although he had used up 2 pieces of the heart of 10,000 years cold jade at once, he had obtained the 5 elements spirit fruit. As for the God Soul Wood and the 5 elements spirit fruit, they were worlds apart. When the transaction was completed, countless martial emperors looked at Li Lingtian's private room respectfully. Young master, you even fooled me just now. I feel that it's very normal, but I feel that something is wrong. I just can't remember. One didn't expect that your words would be able to fool all the martial emperors. Young master, you're so awesome. Qing Ling saw all of this and became excited. She didn't know why young master's thoughts changed so quickly. He had fooled everyone, and no one had discovered it yet. Haha, you're even more powerful at night. It's just that they don't know that that guy has 2 hearts of 10,000-year cold jade in his hands. They were also stunned by our aura. Li Lingtian said with a smile as he reached out to caress her proud chest. Indeed, when they bid, they were so shocked that they had completely forgotten about the loophole in Li Lingtian's word. However, when they realized the loophole, they blushed and could only hide it in their hearts. Very soon, a piece of God's soul wood and the heart of the 10,000-year cold jade were sent to the private room. It was still the young girl. But this time, it was different from the last time. A trace of curiosity appeared on her face, as if she had seen through this strange competition. After a brief inspection, Li Lingtian put away the God's soul wood and the 10 millennium cold jade heart. With a tap of his hand, the 5 elements spirit fruit floating in the air descended. Force Emperor number 133 wrapped the 5 elements spiritual fruit with a piece of gauze and put it into a jade box. Finally, the final transaction came to an end. Li Lingtian and Qing Ling quickly left the auction house and headed to their cave abode. In this auction, all the martial emperors were depressed. They were suppressed and played by others. It also allowed them to see what wisdom was. One by one, they left gloomily. By the time Li Lingtian and the others came out, it was already late at night. Young master, do you think Nangong Fei will find trouble with us? Qing Ling tugged at Li Lingtian's sleeve as the two of them walked quickly. However, she was worried that Nangong Fei would cause trouble for her young master. Yes, but not now. Moreover, there are already blind people coming. Li Lingtian said calmly with a murderous look on his face. In his line of sight, 3 powerhouses were standing in front of them. It seemed like they had been waiting for them for a long time. Qing Ling also saw the 3 experts in front of her, and her face revealed a trace of fear. Countless experts who came out of the auction house hurriedly left when they saw this formation. This was because they had clearly seen who the 3 experts in front were. These 3 experts were not people they dared to provoke easily. The Yen family had 3 experts from the outer circle, and they were 5th-level martial emperors. They didn't make a move, but the air was filled with an oppressive and strange aura. The 3 rank 5 martial emperors formed a triangle. I've finally found you. You're courting death for provoking the Yen family. Yen Tian said coldly. In the afternoon, when they heard that the disciples of the Yen family had been killed, they were all shocked beyond words. It was beyond their imagination that someone dared to provoke the Yen family in Moonrise City. Although countless martial emperors did not dare to provoke the Yen family, they were watching the show from afar. No one knew who Li Lingtian was when they walked out of the auction house. This was because the private room was shielded from the divine sense, so they could not see the person's appearance. Li Lingtian had a smile on his face as he completely ignored the 3 martial royal realm powerhouses. He did not want to fight with 3 martial royal realm powerhouses here. His lips parted slightly, but no one could hear what he was saying. If you can kill 3 ants in 10 seconds, I'll let you reach the martial honored realm within a year. If you can kill 3 ants in 20 seconds, I'll let you reach the martial honored realm within 2 years. A voice transmission was sent out, and then he stopped talking. Qingling didn't know what young master was saying because the secret voice transmission couldn't be heard by outsiders unless the person's soul consciousness was extremely powerful and surpassed the person's soul consciousness. Alright, but I have to leave Moonrise City for a while after killing 3 ants. Where can I find you? In the dark, an 8th-level martial emperor sent a voice transmission. This 8th-level martial emperor was none other than the old man at the auction house. In Moonrise City. As long as you can show up in Moonrise City within 10 years, I will know of your existence immediately. Even if you go to the ends of the earth, one can still find you. Li Lingtian's voice was calm, as though he was a superior. As the two of them transmitted their voices, the killing intent on Yen Tian and the other two's faces became even stronger. The true essence in their bodies circulated to the extreme. That was because they had received news that Flame Extinguisher had been killed in the blink of an eye, and so had a martial emperor. The other party must be powerful. Otherwise, they would not have 3 rank 5 martial emperors. Blazing Flame Force. Heavenly Wind Violent Slash. Overlord Saber. The 3 of them hovered in the air as 3 destructive attacks formed an intersection point and slashed down at Li Lingtian. Such an attack would kill even a Tier 7 or 8 Atartial Emperor. The destructive attacks from the sky arrived before Li Lingtian in the blink of an eye. However, Li Lingtian did not move at all as he stared coldly at the 3 incoming attacks. Qing Ling's face turned pale. She had never seen such a scene before. She could only hug Li Lingtian's arm tightly with her little hands. Just as the attack was about to land on Li Lingtian and the other 2, Yen Tian and the other 2 revealed a look of horror. 3 attacks were directed in another direction. Chapter 256, Chapter 256, Yen Family 1. Chapter 256, Yen Family 1. Countless experts were shocked to see the 3 attacks forcefully change direction. They all looked behind the 3 experts. In the air, he saw a man dressed in black with a black cloak on his head, covering his entire body. It was unknown when the man in black had arrived in the air. A destructive attack was launched at the 3 martial emperors. A shocking cold air appeared in the air. At the same time, the light of the attack arrived in front of the 3 martial emperors of the Yen family in the blink of an eye. Rumble! The 3 attacks collided with the light. The light trembled for a moment before it ruthlessly crushed the 3 of them. Pucci! The 3 rank 5 martial emperors were completely crushed to death. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed man's body flashed and disappeared in the air. With a faint smile on his face, Li Lingtian pulled the trembling Qing Ling forward. When he passed by the corpses of the 3 martial emperors, his face revealed a look of disdain. Then, he walked into the distance. In less than half an hour, Li Lingtian brought Qing Ling back to the cave abode. All the experts were shocked when they saw the 3 martial emperors of the Yen clan being killed. It seemed that the black-clothed expert was the young man's subordinate. Otherwise, why would he kill the 3 martial emperors? Moreover, the young man didn't show any change in his expression from the beginning to the end, as if he knew the result. Young master, who is that man in black? Qing Ling leaned against Li Lingtian and was still afraid. The might of 3 martial emperors was something a warrior could not resist. It's its master. Li Lingtian took out the 10 millennium cold jade heart from the divine dragon ring and spoke calmly with a smile on his face. Are you saying that the black-robed martial artist is the expert who traded for your 5 elements spirit fruit? Why would he help you kill the Yen family's expert? Isn't that offending the Yen family? Qing Ling said in confusion. It was hard to imagine that an 8th-level martial emperor would offend the Yen family just because of a few words from young master. He wondered what other powerful methods his young master had. He had crushed all the martial emperors in the auction house, and even took out the legendary 5 elements spiritual fruit. It was hard to imagine that his young master was an omnipotent god. If I can help him reach the supreme realm within a year, he will naturally not be afraid of the Yen family. No matter how powerful the Yen family is, they will not dare to offend a supreme realm expert. Li Lingtian said with a smile. As he kept the 10 millennium-aged icy jade heart, He extended his hand and stroked Qing Ling's body. A moment later, Qing Ling let out a soft moan as she leaned weakly into Li Lingtian's arms, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. Today, she had been teased by Li Lingtian several times, but she had to endure it forcefully. Now, she no longer had to endure it as the fire was ignited at the slightest touch. When Li Lingtian saw Qing Ling's expression, he wrapped his arms around her and carried her into the room. The room was instantly filled with moans, and the spring scenery was infinitely beautiful. While the two of them were making love, the Yen family's expert's face was extremely gloomy. The Yen clan was a transcendent existence in Moonrise City, even older than the 10 great clans. No one knew how long the Yen clan had existed. Some of the experts could not put their finger on it. They could only feel that the Yen family had been here since Moonrise City had existed. Although the Yen family's influence could not compare to the 10 great families, no one from the 10 great families dared to provoke the Yen family. The Yen clan was like a hermit powerhouse in soliciting Moon City. However, in recent years, the low-key Yen clan had become unbridled in Moonrise City, and people could not understand them. The Yen family was located in the west of the soliciting Moon City. They occupied an area with a radius of 100 miles. To be able to occupy such a large territory in a place like the main city, the Yen family must be very powerful. Even if the 10 great clans were to be combined, they would not be stronger than the Yen family. No one dared to challenge the Yen family's position. Even the disciples of the Yen family had become the representatives of the second generation and ruffians in Moonrise City. They did things without any scruples. However, today, someone had killed a disciple of the Yen family. Now, 3 5th-level martial royal realm genius disciples were killed by the opponent's expert in one strike. How could the Yen family not be furious? How detestable! He even dares to kill a disciple of my Yen family. Does he think that the Yen family has no one left? Yen Yuetian said coldly. The Yen family did not cultivate fire martial souls because of their surname. On the contrary, many martial artists in the Yen family cultivated water and ice martial souls. The more orthodox the bloodline of the Yen family was, the more successful the ice and water martial souls they cultivated would be. Other martial artists needed powerful martial souls, but the Yen family had an innate advantage in bloodline. He was a peak rank 9 martial emperor in Yenyue Heaven. He had been the head of the family for 200 years and had never made any mistake. He did not expect that the disciples of the Yen family would be killed in Moonrise City. It would have made sense outside, but in Moonrise City, it was a slap in the face. Patriarch, this matter can't be so simple. Think about it. Even the top 10 families wouldn't dare to attack us in Moonrise City. Besides, the other party is so powerful that they can kill us in an instant. They should be experts from outside. Yanfeng muttered to himself for a while before finally speaking. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the resourceful star in the Yen family. Almost all of the Yen family's ideas were made by him. Although his cultivation was not strong, he was smart. Even the family head was polite to him. More importantly, Yen Feng's father was one of the top 3 experts of the Yen family, a martial honor. Who would dare to provoke the father of a supreme realm expert? However, Yen Feng was only a 4th-level martial emperor. He was like a tiger father and a dog son. Third brother, do you have any good ideas? Yen Yuetian looked at Yen Feng and asked. He knew that it was not easy to kill the Yen family. If it was the 10 great families of Moonrise City, they would not have the guts to do so. Outsider experts should more or less understand how powerful the Yen family was. If they ignored the Yen family after knowing how powerful the Yen family was, they would be worthy of attention. I've received news that the person who killed Yenmia with a wave of his hand is a young man, about 17 or 18 years old. Beside him is an ordinary maid, and this young man has no cultivation at all. A person who can't even tell the cultivation level of a martial emperor can actually kill a martial emperor's yenmia with a wave of his hand. Is that possible? Therefore, the only possibility is that this young man is a terrifying expert. Also, just now, after that young man came out of the auction house, he didn't resist at all when he saw the 3 destructive attacks. Then, the 3 of them were killed by a man in black. If I'm not mistaken, the man in black is the young man's subordinate. 3 rank 5 martial emperors were killed in an instant even though they joined forces. Unless they were a powerhouse at the peak of rank 9, we wouldn't dare to make a decision so easily. Yan Feng started to analyze carefully. More than 10 martial emperors in the hall listened carefully. When they heard the last part, their faces revealed a terrified expression. Then what does third brother think is the best way to deal with this matter? We can't just let it go, right? Yen Yuetian's expression turned solemn. His Yen family had been acting without restraint during this period of time, but now they were in a dilemma. Let's observe this matter first. If the other party doesn't have any background, we'll directly eliminate him. This way, not only will our Yen family's reputation not be damaged, but it will also increase our Yen family's prestige. Besides, father and second uncle are at the final stage of their cultivation. If they can master that move, Moonrise City will be the Yen family's world. It might even become the most powerful existence after the 10 great super families. Yan Feng's face revealed an excited expression as he finished speaking. The skills cultivated by the 3 Supreme Realm experts could destroy the world. Moreover, at the last moment, this was also the greatest reliance of the Yen family. Ha, not bad. Third brother is really able to see through it. That's right. When the 3 elders have mastered that move, soliciting Moon City will be the Yen family's world. At that time, our Yen family will have a place in the Azure continent. Arrogant laughter rang out in the hall of the Yen family. Moonrise City, which had seemed calm and peaceful, was now facing a storm. The next day, Li Lingtian woke up and looked at Qing Ling beside him with a contented smile on his face. He was impressed that she was still smiling even though she was fast asleep. This little girl had already become a perfect woman under his own development. After lazing around in bed for a while, he got out of bed to cultivate. He only practiced a few Earth-grade skills once. As long as he cultivated, he would still be comprehending the wrath of the gods. However, he was unable to use this move, which puzzled him. He slightly tidied up the items he had obtained from the auction yesterday, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Although the heart of 10,000-year icy jade couldn't compare to immemorial ice crystal and profound ice crystal, it was still very helpful to ice, fire, and 9 heavens. What he valued was still the god soul wood. Although his divine sense was powerful, when he controlled treasures, it was still a little difficult. If he had the god soul wood, he could strengthen his divine sense again. In the future, his spiritual sense would surpass those of the same level by even more. The items he obtained this time were all support type, and the treasure control art was the same. It did not have any offensive or defensive abilities. However, in Li Lingtian's opinion, this treasure control art was born for him. If he could control his treasures well, the power they could unleash would increase, and his strength would increase greatly. After cultivating for an hour, Qing Ling had already finished cooking. Just as she was about to eat, Qing Yun came outside the cave. Qing Ling was elated to see her brother. Although Li Lingtian was around, Qing Yun was her brother whom she had to rely on. "Brother, you're here. Young master is inside. We're about to eat. Hurry up and go in." Qing Ling opened the restriction outside the cave and shouted happily. She pulled Qing Yun's hand and walked inside. Yes. When Qing Yun saw that his sister's cold aura had been removed, He was also extremely happy. However, he realized that his sister had changed from a girl to a woman. Then, he understood. Qing Ling was young master's maid, and her sister was naturally beautiful and charming, so she was naturally accepted by young master. Although he was a little disappointed, he was more happy for his sister. With young master around, naturally no one would dare to bully Qing Ling. And looking at Qing Ling, she was also willing. Young master was a genius, and all the girls in the world would fall for him. His sister was naturally the same. Moreover, he had also received news that what happened yesterday was done by his young master. Since he even dared to provoke the Yen family, it naturally wouldn't be so simple. Chapter 257 Chapter 257 Massive Pill Refinement 1. Chapter 257 Massive Pill Refinement 1. Qing Ling, you and young master. Qing Yun still asked his younger sister for confirmation. If his younger sister followed young master, it would not be a problem. If she followed someone else, he would not agree. Yes, young master treats me very well. Qing Ling's face turned red. She naturally understood what her brother meant. However, she felt very happy when she thought about how she was with her young master. Then, the siblings walked into the garden behind the cave abode. Greetings, young master. Qing Yun bowed respectfully to Li Lingtian. He was excited when he thought of what happened yesterday. A martial monarch had fallen with a wave of his hand. Moreover, his young master was only 17 or 18 years old. If he waited a few more years, his strength would be even stronger. In addition to what happened last night, he had also guessed that his young master was a disciple of an aristocratic family from a super force. Otherwise, he would not have such a powerful martial emperor subordinate. 3 rank 5 martial emperors had died under one attack. Yes, sit down. Li Lingtian nodded as he spoke calmly. He then gestured for Qing Ling to refill the bowls and chopstick. As long as he could do his job well, he would not be harsh on his subordinates, nor would he care about etiquette. Courtesy, and respect should come from the bottom of his heart. Thank you, young master. A smile appeared on Qing Yun's face. He admired his master even more. If it was an ordinary aristocratic family's disciple, he would definitely not let his servants eat together. Naturally, he did not know that Li Lingtian had invited him to dine with him partly because of Qing Ling. Soon, the 3 of them finished their meal. Qing Ling went to clean up while Li Lingtian went to the garden and lay down leisurely on a chair. Young master, what happened yesterday has spread like wildfire in Moonrise City. I wonder what you plan to do next. Qing Yun stood respectfully at the front and looked at Li Lingtian. He was filled with admiration for Li Lingtian's leisure even at this stage. 2. Go find a shop. I want to open a pill shop. The location doesn't have to be too good, just passable. Oh right, go and make a plaque. Carve it as the Divine Pill House. It's 3 feet wide and 5 feet long. Also, make a blank plaque of the same size. Take care of everything within 10 days, including the members of the pill shop. Li Lingtian said lightly. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the fragrance of the flowers in the garden. After saying that, he waved his hand and Qing Yun respectfully took his leave. Although he was surprised that young master had opened a pill shop, he only needed to carry out what young master wanted to do and not discuss it. Following that, Li Lingtian instructed Qing Ling to help him refine pills while he went to refine some pills. Fortunately, the elixir room in this cave was very complete. With the fire of the earth's core, he did not need to consume too much true essence. I should refine a grade 1 pill first. Li Lingtian sat cross-legged in the alchemy room as the heaven and earth creation cauldron appeared before him. Then, with a flick of his soul consciousness, countless storage bags appeared in front of him. These storage bags were all obtained from the warriors he had killed before. He didn't want to bring these herbs into the herb garden. He could refine these herbs now to avoid wasting them. Qingling, sort out these herbs. Li Lingtian chose a few cauldrons of herbs first, while Qingling handled the rest. He could refine the herbs he chose first as he would not waste any time. Don't worry, young master, I'll leave this to Qingling. Qingling was extremely happy. She didn't believe that she could refine pills. Most pill refiners were old men with weird tempers. His young master was so powerful that most of his time was spent on cultivation. It was impossible for him to refine pills. After saying that, she began to organize the pills. During this period of time, her cultivation had also reached Tier 4 warrior, so she was still able to organize the medicinal ingredients. Li Lingtian did not say anything else. Instead, he suspended the heaven and earth creation cauldron above the geocentric flame and cast a series of magic arts. Her movements were elegant and clean, causing Qingling to be stunned. Was this still pill refining? 10 minutes later, Li Lingtian had finished refining a cauldron of grade 1 pills. Qingling was stunned. She did not expect her young master to be an alchemist. Previously, when Qing Yun took out the pills, she suspected that her young master could refine pills. However, refining pills required luck and talent, so she could not believe that Li Lingtian could refine pills. Now that she saw Li Lingtian's focus and ease in refining pills, she was completely mesmerized. Pinnacle grade, essence cultivating pill. Li Lingtian waved his hand and a series of light shadows appeared before they entered a jade bottle that he had prepared beforehand. There were a total of 89 pills in this cauldron. After keeping the pills and continuing to refine them, Qingling woke up as well. She carefully examined the pills Li Lingtian had refined and was instantly shocked. It was truly a peerless vitality pill. Following that, Qingling remained in shock because Li Lingtian's refining technique was ethereal and unrestrained. It was like an art form and was not as old-fashioned as the legendary alchemy. Furthermore, Li Lingtian had succeeded in refining pills every time and he had never failed once. Every time he refined pills, they were of peerless quality. Little girl, where are the herbs? If you still haven't finished tidying up these medicinal herbs, I'll make sure you get it tonight, hee. After Li Lingtian had refined the 7th cauldron of pills, he stared at Qingling's proud chest and felt his blood boil. There were a total of 603 pills in 7 cauldrons, and they were stored in 6 jade bottles. He had only spent an hour or so. Such pill refining speed was simply comparable to 5 people. If other pill refiners saw it, their jaws would definitely drop in shock. Yes. Qingling was shocked because Li Lingtian only had 1 cauldron of herbs left. Upon hearing Li Lingtian's words, her little face flushed red. Every night, whenever she went to look for her young master, she would feel so satisfied that she would fall asleep. She nodded softly and quickly sorted out the medicinal herbs. Just like that, Li Lingtian spent 10 hours refining pills every day. He spent the first 3 days refining Tier 1 pills and the next 3 days refining Tier 2 pills. In the next 2 days, Li Lingtian refined Tier 3 pills, which were all peerless pills. In the last 2 days, Li Lingtian refined Tier 4 purple jade pills, which similarly raised the quality of Tier 4 pills to the peerless level. However, he didn't refine any 5th grade pills because he still had a lot of them in his divine dragon ring. Moreover, 5th grade pills were very expensive and few people could afford them. For the next 10 days, Qingling only helped Li Lingtian organize the herbs for an hour every day. The rest of the time was spent on cultivation and cooking. She would accompany Li Lingtian when he was resting. After 10 days, Li Lingtian had hundreds of bottles of pills in front of him. There were 150 bottles of grade 1, 2, and 3 pills each. Moreover, they were all of the best quality. The refining of grade 4 pills took longer, so he had refined 50 bottles in 2 days. During this period of time, He also felt that his pill refinement speed was much faster than before. Qing Ling was already numb to the pills Li Lingtian had refined. These medicinal pills should be enough to sell for a few days, Li Lingtian said with a smile. 10 days had passed, so he believed that Qing Yun had already completed his task. Young master, it would be a pity to sell these pills. It's better to keep them for cultivation. Qing Ling looked at the pills. They were all peerless and high-grade pills. She had never heard of peerless pills in the divine martial continent. She could not bear to part with these medicinal pills. If she took these medicinal pills out and sold them, it would really be a pity. You little girl, this pill is nothing. If I want a pill, I can just casually refine a little. My cultivation is not high, so I can only take high-grade first-grade pills. However, it is indeed not easy for me to refine high-grade pills. You have to cultivate quickly. Once you reach tier 8 or 9 warrior, you'll be able to consume the peerless vitality pills. When your cultivation level increases, you won't lack pills. Li Lingtian smiled as he caressed Qingling's hair. This little girl was afraid of being poor. In the past, she was tortured by the cold air and did not have spirit stones to cultivate. She rarely even bought clothes. Thank you, young master. Qingling will definitely work hard. Qingling thought about it and agreed. She had followed young master and never lacked pills, so what was there to worry about? Moreover, the status of alchemists was transcendent, and no one dared to offend them. If he followed the young master, he would be even safer. No one would dare to bully him. The two of them chatted for a while. Qingyun came regularly, and 10 days was not much time at all. Young master, the matter of the pill shop has been settled. It's on Cloud Street in the main city. After Qingyun bowed, he took out 2 signboards. They were 5 feet long and 3 feet wide. One was blank, and the other was engraved with the words Divine Pill Pavilion. The words Divine Pill Dispensary were carved with vigor and strength, giving off a strong aura. Li Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. We'll open for business at noon tomorrow. Get someone to wait for us. I'll personally oversee the business tomorrow. As Li Lingtian spoke, he placed the blank plaque aside. Then, his body flashed and he executed a set of natural and smooth body movements. At the same time, he waved his 10 fingers and shot finger force at the plaque. Small seal characters appeared on the plaque. Qing Ling and Qing Yun were stunned. A strong cultivation was the strength of a martial artist, but to be able to use finger techniques to such an extent, they had never heard of it. Moreover, the small words on it were vigorous and powerful, but it did not lose elegance. After a full 20 minutes, hundreds of small words appeared on the blank plaque. The small words were extremely neat and did not give off the slightest feeling of confusion. It was clear at a glance, giving people a clear feeling. The price of the medicinal pill was engraved on it, as well as the ratio of the medicinal herbs to the medicinal pill, as well as the name and year of the medicinal herbs. Qing Yun was stunned. He did not know that Li Lingtian could refine tier 3 or 4 pills, let alone imagine that Li Lingtian was a spirit alchemist. However, on the plaque, grade 1 to grade 4 medicinal pills were all peerless existences, and grade 5 medicinal pills were also high-grade existences. If such a pill was taken out, it would shock Moonrise City. Moreover, the names of the medicinal herbs on it were all extremely precious. There were also the names of more than 10 precious materials. These medicinal herbs and materials were easily 10,000-year-old. It seemed that the opening of the elixir store this time would definitely shock the entire city. However, thinking about it, the things that young master did were all shocking existences. Every single thing he did was earth-shattering. After that, Qing Yun returned and instructed his subordinates to spread the news. At that time, countless martial artists would know how powerful the Divine Pill Pavilion was. Chapter 258 Chapter 258 Divine Pill Pavilion. Chapter 258 Divine Pill Pavilion. He did not refine pills for spirit stones. Instead, it was to obtain more precious herbs and materials, because countless treasures and precious materials were buried among ordinary martial artists. Another main purpose was to use medicinal pills to attract more experts and establish their own forces to make themselves stronger. It did not matter if he was strong alone. Only when his power was strong would no one come to provoke him. No matter how powerful a person was, he could not withstand the suppression of countless forces. He had always understood this principle, but he had never had the opportunity or time to implement it. Now was a very good opportunity. When an opportunity came, he had to seize it. If the opportunity passed, it would be difficult to find another opportunity. Early the next morning, countless martial artists gathered in a relatively spacious place on Cloudy Street. Although they were all warrior spirits and warrior kings, these martial artists were the class that spread information the fastest. It was already noon when Li Lingtian brought Qing Ling to the elixir store. Moreover, there were more and more warriors here. However, countless martial artists were impatient. The opening of a pill shop actually tormented people like this. After he arrived, he entered through the small door at the back so that he would not attract anyone's attention. After entering the elixir store, he nodded his head in satisfaction. This elixir store occupied a large area, which was equivalent to a large mansion. There were more than 10 rooms inside, with 2 entrances and 2 exits. Such a pill shop was already very big in Moonrise City. Money made things easier. Qing Yun had hundreds of millions of spiritual stones in his possession at all times. Even though he had so many spiritual stones in his possession, he kept a clear record of every spiritual stone he used and reported it to Li Lingtian every few days. What medicinal pill shop? It's actually not open yet. Isn't it too ostentatious? A warrior spirit was getting impatient and started complaining. After he finished speaking, it immediately caused a lot of discussion. That's right. There are at least 8,000 elixir stores in Moonrise City, if not 10,000. This elixir store is actually putting on airs just by opening. Let's see what kind of elixirs they have. It's better not to be too embarrassing. I don't think it's anything. I don't believe that there are any high-grade medicinal pills here. If there are high-grade medicinal pills, do you still want to sell them? You can just use them yourself. Opening an elixir store in Moonrise City? Isn't that giving those alchemists a hard time? For a time, countless martial artists started discussing. After waiting for a few hours, they were naturally angered by the wait. However, just as all the martial artists were getting impatient, the door of the elixir store opened. A warrior spirit youth walked out, and a few martial artists joined forces to hang up a plaque. Divine Pill Pavilion. You must be joking. Even if it's a pill shop opened by an alchemist, they wouldn't dare to use such a name. Is he trying to attract attention? Even if he does attract attention, it's useless if he doesn't have good pills. What Divine Pill Pavilion? This is simply an insult to the Tao of alchemy. Hey! Instantly, the discussions became even more intense. In the divine martial continent, no matter which city it was, the name of a shop had its own rules. In Moonrise City, no one had ever dared to use such a name. Even when the alchemists opened their elixir stores, no one had ever used this name. Qing Yun looked at the discussions of countless martial artists with a faint smile on his face. Then, he placed a plaque in front of the medicinal pill shop. All the martial artists swept their divine senses over, and their expressions changed drastically. Because on the plaque, the introduction of the medicinal pills were all peerless, and there were even 5th-grade medicinal pills. Moreover, 5th-grade medicinal pills were also high-grade existences. Just the level of this pill made countless martial artists shut up, because a 5th grade pill could only be refined by a spirit pill master. More importantly, a legend like a peerless medicinal pill only existed in legends. He did not expect it to appear on this plaque. A peerless medicinal pill. Finally, someone couldn't help but shout. Instantly, countless surprised voices sounded. If a martial artist uses a peerless essence cultivating pill, it's equivalent to the effects of a 2nd grade medicinal pill. It's equivalent to a martial artist using a 2nd grade medicinal pill. That's right. Martial artists can only use 1st grade medicinal pills. They can't withstand 2nd grade medicinal pills. If they use peerless quality medicinal pills, they can even surpass the power of 2nd grade medicinal pills. However, the price of this medicinal pill is too expensive. Is it expensive? No one in Moonrise City, or even the Azure Continent, has ever heard of a supreme grade pill. This pill only exists in legends. No matter how expensive it is, I've never heard of it being sold outside. However, does the Divine Pill Pavilion really have peerless pills? It should be pretty good. Otherwise, it wouldn't dare to be called the Divine Pill Pavilion. For a moment, countless martial artists were incomparably shocked, and their faces were filled with anticipation. If the Divine Pill Pavilion really had peerless pills, then their wait this time would not be in vain. This was a rare opportunity. Not letting these martial artists wait long, Qing Yun walked out with a confident smile on his face because he was also bursting with joy in his heart. At the same time that he was shocked, everyone else was shocked. This was what he was excited about. Everyone, the Divine Pill Pavilion officially opens today. Please take care of us in the future. Today, our elixir store will only sell elixirs for 1 hour. From now on, we will only be open for 2 hours a day. The Divine Pill Pavilion will not accept transactions outside of business hours. Furthermore, the pills in the future will be traded for medicinal herbs and materials. Spiritual stones cannot be used to purchase pills. Qing Yun said with a smile. Then, he waved his hand and casually took out 4 jade bottles from the counter behind him. He opened the jade bottles and poured out more than 10 pills. The elixirs shot towards the few Martial King Realm martial artists present. Naturally, since he opened an elixir store, he had to let others check his elixirs. All the martial artists were extremely surprised. The elixir store was opened to do business, but the Divine Pill Pavilion had a limited business time every day. What could they do in 2 hours? Moreover, he could not use spirit stones to buy pills in the future. He only needed materials and medicinal herbs to exchange for them. This was too ridiculous. The dozen or so Aartial kings looked at the pills in their hands carefully, and their expressions kept changing. This was because the pills in their hands were indeed peerless. Then, the dozen or so martial kings exchanged pills. Every pill was a peerless existence. Grade 1 to Grade 4 medicinal pills were all of peerless quality. This was too shocking. Not bad, they are all peerless medicinal pills. Peerless Vitality Pill, Peerless Spirit Binding Pill, Peerless Void Spirit Pill, Peerless Purple Jade Pill. The martial king who was inspecting the pills said. The quality of the pills was not fake. They were definitely peerless pills. All the martial artists were shocked when they received the affirmation. A true peerless medicinal pill had appeared. I'll give these pills to everyone as a souvenir. I'll start selling the pills now. Rank 1 medicinal pills line up here. Rank 2 medicinal pills line up here. Rank 3 medicinal pills line up here. And rank 4 medicinal pills line up here. Qing Yun made all the martial artists who wanted to buy medicinal pills line up, his face always carrying a smile. However, after he finished speaking, all the martial artists exploded. Buying medicinal pills and doing business still had to line up. Wasn't this a joke? We still have to line up. Are you kidding me? You're doing business, and you still want us customers to line up? Is there any reason for that? Yeah, we're customers. If we have to queue up, isn't that giving up on business? Even if there are peerless medicinal pills, there's no such thing. All of a sudden, all the martial artists started to discuss and did not plan to line. To buy medicinal pills was to do business for the medicinal pill store. His own customers actually had to queue up. This was too ostentatious. Haha, our divine pill pavilion doesn't lack spirit stones. If you want to buy it, then buy it. If you don't want to buy it, then forget it. Your lousy spirit stones are nothing to us spirit alchemists. If you take out a peerless pill, the divine pill pavilion will take it back at 10,000 times the price. How about that? Do you think you're a god just because you have a few spirit stones? 20 minutes have passed, and there are still 100 minutes left to buy the pills. If you don't want to buy them, then get lost. The divine pill pavilion doesn't lack spirit stones. Qing Yun laughed out loud and then said loudly, fooling all the martial artists. Was this still a business? Was doing business so domineering? However, all the martial artists immediately understood that he had the right to do so. If he took out a supreme-grade medicinal pill, there would be no supreme-grade medicinal pill elsewhere. This was the absolute principle. That's right. An alchemist who can concoct peerless elixirs is definitely a top-notch alchemist. Would an alchemist care about such a small amount of spiritual stones? The alchemist of the Divine Pill Pavilion is doing this for the sake of the warriors of Moonrise City. Otherwise, why would he concoct such elixirs to sell for money? A martial king realm expert said. When he spoke, all the warriors fell silent. They all knew this principle. It was just that the Divine Pill Pavilion's rules had made them feel uncomfortable because they had been accustomed to customers for too long. Then, the martial king who spoke bought 10 third-grade void spirit pills, all of which were top-grade. With the first one, there would be a second one. Following that, many martial artists began to line up to buy medicinal pills. The price of the pills had already been written. He would prepare as many spirit stones as he wanted to buy. This way, he would not waste any time. Qing Ling and Li Lingtian were smiling as they watched the situation at the elixir store. Qing Yun had become bolder during this period of time, and he was behaving like a general. For a time, there were 4 long lines outside the Divine Pill Pavilion. Such a formation made countless martial artists curious. To be able to make powerful martial artists line up so obediently, it was really the first time he saw it. However, there were still people who were not afraid of death who came looking for trouble. Just as countless martial artists were having a party, a middle-aged man walked up. He did not even queue up. He directly came to the counter that sold Tier 4 medicinal pills, and revealed an evil smile on his face. "Give me 10 peerless purple jade pills," Yufeng said coldly. He didn't believe that there was really no business. He had bought a 4th-grade pill. The price of a 4th-grade pill was 100,000 low-grade spirit stones each. 10 pills would be 1 million. He believed that no pill shop would reject a business deal worth 1 million. Moreover, they would serve tea politely. "Line up," Qing Yun said indifferently. The smile on his face did not change. Making me line up? Isn't this courting death?" Yu Feng's expression turned cold. In front of so many ancient martial art practitioners, he actually wanted a Tier 4 martial arts grandmaster to queue up. Wasn't this a slap in the face? After saying that, he circulated his raging true essence and smashed a huge fist shadow towards Qing Yun. The air also tore apart, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Qing Yun. Chapter 259 Chapter 259 The Rules of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Chapter 259 The Rules of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Qing Yun's expression did not change in the slightest when faced with the attack of a Tier 4 martial arts grandmaster. He knew that his young master would not let him die like this. Li Lingtian, who was behind Qing Yun, nodded in satisfaction when he saw Qing Yun's performance. Although his cultivation was not high, he had such courage in the face of danger. Even other martial artists would subconsciously dodge when they knew that someone was going to stop them. However, Qing Yun was not like this. He was a little similar to him. Just as the gigantic fist shadow was about to land on Qing Yun, Li Lingtian flicked his finger and a burst of frosty qi shot out. The air was instantly frozen, and the air froze wherever the frosty qi passed. Tisk! With a soft sound, all the martial artists could see was a flash of force. Then, Yu Feng's fist shadow was frozen. Following that, Yu Feng's entire body turned into an ice sculpture. The sky was temporarily quiet and the force disappeared. Qing Yun was still smiling, as if nothing had happened. However, Wu Zong Yufeng, who had attacked, had turned into an ice sculpture and stood there. The warriors present could not feel the slightest bit of vitality from Yufeng. Crash! The ice sculpture shattered into pieces, and so did Yufeng. This change shocked all the ancient martial art practitioners to death. Even the martial arts grandmaster was killed by a gust of cold air. In the end, his corpse was not intact. What kind of powerful cultivation did it take to do this? Moreover, when this cold qi appeared just now, there was no sign of power or warning. It was as if it had appeared out of thin air. Hush! All the martial artists were in an uproar. Power, this was power. Those who were not convinced would be killed immediately. The Divine Pill Pavilion possessed peerless pills. Their pills were powerful, and all martial artists in the world would flock to them. They were powerful, and those who were not convinced would be killed immediately. This was true power, true strength. The queue to buy pills continued. The death of this martial arts grandmaster could only serve as a reminder to all martial artists. No matter what strength or family you were from, as long as you did not abide by the rules of the Divine Pill Pavilion, you would die. Time slowly passed. The members of the Divine Pill Pavilion were extremely excited when they saw the spirit stones enter. This was also the peerless pill of the Divine Pill Pavilion. If it was in other pill shops, they would often compete with each other for a customer. However, the situation was reversed here. If one spent spirit stones to buy pills here, they would have to queue up. If the time was up, even if they queued up, they would not be able to buy pills. The Divine Pill Pavilion would only accept spirit stones to purchase pills for the first few days. Looking at the situation, they would no longer accept spirit stones to purchase pills after a few days. 2 hours passed very quickly. The Divine Pill Pavilion closed for business, but there were still countless martial artists queuing behind. Everyone, today's business time is up. If you need pills, please come back tomorrow. Line up as soon as possible. 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the afternoon. However, today is the opening day of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Those who did not manage to buy any pills, please give each of you a cultivation pill as a small token of appreciation. Qing Yun saw that there were still more than 300 martial artists waiting in line behind him. However, the business hours had to end when it was time. However, when he heard Li Lingtian's voice transmission, a smile appeared on his face. If everyone was given a vitality pill, it would put the people queuing up in a good mood. Very soon, the 4 members of the Divine Pill Pavilion came to the last line and began to distribute the pills from the back to the front. This way they would not have to worry about queuing up again to receive the free pills. The distribution of the pills ended, and the Divine Pill Pavilion's business ended. After a final count, the pills and spirit stones sold today had actually reached more than 43 million. Seeing that they had earned 43 million in less than 2 hours, everyone was extremely excited. Qing Ling was so happy that she was beaming. In the past, she had to scrimp and save for a single spirit stone, but now, young master had earned more than 40 million in just 2 hours. Moreover, this was a time limit. It was also the first day. Not many people knew, and even powerful martial artists did not know. If those experts came, any bottle of 5th-grade medicinal pills would be worth 100 million spirit stones. If this continued, the entire Moonrise City would be in an uproar in 10 days. If the Divine Pill Pavilion sold pills without restrictions, they would definitely earn billions of dollars a day. In Moonrise City, there were countless high-level experts. The rich were also high-level experts. When they saw rare peerless pills, they naturally did not care about spirit stones. Qing Ling had a good idea, but Li Lingtian did not. If he could earn spiritual stones, he would be able to refine a large number of pills. However, he did not do it for the spirit stones. He had other motives. Moreover, he needed time and herbs to refine pills. He naturally would not delay his cultivation for spirit stones. However, he also saw that alchemists did earn money. Although they did not earn as much as he did, alchemists were definitely the richest people in the world. This time, everyone's performance is not bad. Everyone will be rewarded with 10 peerless vitality pills and 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, the next time you open your business, you must bring out the rules of the Divine Pill Pavilion. You must be neither humble nor respectful to your customers. Who cares if they are martial emperors, martial venerables, or martial warriors or martial spirits? They are just ordinary people who abide by the rules of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Li Lingtian smiled as he spoke loudly to the 12 members of the Divine Pill Dispensary. After that, Qin Yun distributed the spiritual stones and elixirs to the 12 members. "Thank you for your reward, young master." The 12 warrior spirit disciples were extremely excited when they saw the 10 peerless pills and 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones was their annual income. They didn't expect young master to reward them with 1,000 spirit stones. If they performed well in the future, would they lack spirit stones and pills? It was obviously impossible. This young master will stay here for the next 2 days. I will return after the Divine Pill Pavilion has settled down. You guys should work harder and not embarrass this young master. One don't need trash in front of me. Besides, if I need people, one can easily grab a bunch of martial emperors. This time, I'm giving you a chance. The chance is given by others, but you're the one who will seize it. Li Lingtian said earnestly. With his own abilities, he could easily grab a handful of martial emperors. He didn't have high expectations. These disciples just needed to work hard. In fact, in his opinion, opportunities were created by oneself, not given by others. Creating opportunities was not something that these disciples could do. Only he could do it. Soon after, Qin Yun ordered 2 tables of dishes to be served from the restaurant outside. Li Lingtian celebrated with everyone. The happiest person was none other than Qing Ling. In just a month, she had gone from a patient who couldn't cultivate to a warrior, from a little girl to a young master's woman. Furthermore, he had once used spirit stones to crush countless martial royal realm experts. This was all because of young master. The dozen or so people were celebrating like normal people. It was Li Lingtian's first time mingling with them. He, who had never drunk before, had also drunk quite a bit. Although martial artists would not get drunk, he did not use his cultivation. His entire person was dizzy. In the end, it was Qing Ling and Qing Yun who escorted him back to his room. Qing Ling naturally had to take care of him. The elixir store was a 2-pound mansion. The small courtyard at the back naturally belonged to Li Lingtian's private restricted area. Only Qing Ling and Li Lingtian stayed inside. After drinking, Li Lingtian made Qing Ling feel like she was about to die. In the end, when both of them fell asleep, Qing Ling's little face was filled with satisfaction. Moonrise City was not destined to be a quiet night. The news of the Divine Pill Pavilion spread quickly. Other than grade 5 pills, the rest of the pills in the Divine Pill Pavilion were of peerless quality. Upon receiving this news, countless martial artists went crazy with excitement. What did a peerless medicinal pill represent? It represented the power of an alchemist, and it represented a greater blessing for martial artists. In the divine martial continent, the most scarce thing was medicinal pills. Without a good alchemist, one could not refine good medicinal pills. A peerless medicinal pill was only a legend, but this legend had appeared. Moreover, there was more than one type of peerless pills in the Divine Pill Pavilion. Rank 1 to rank 4 pills were all peerless pills. Even rank 5 pills were of high quality. Seeing was believing, because countless martial artists had already bought peerless medicinal pills. Moreover, the rules of the Divine Pill Pavilion were also widely spread. Many martial artists were not convinced, but so what? The Divine Pill Pavilion was opened by others, so they had to abide by other people's rules. These warriors were excited, but in the elixir stores in Moonrise City, there were at least 8,000 of them. These elixir stores were all controlled by the large families and factions. Controlling the elixir stores meant controlling half of the cultivation resources. Now that a divine pill house had appeared and possessed peerless pills, it was definitely a huge blow to the other pill shop. The Fong family was known as the top 10 family clans in soliciting Moon City. They were extremely powerful. No other family could compare to them in terms of resources or strength. Furthermore, the Fong clan was a clan that mainly focused on alchemy. They controlled 1/3 of the alchemy industry in Moonrise City. Patriarch, the appearance of the Divine Pill Pavilion is not good for our Fong family's pill shop. According to the Fong clan's inquiries, more than 30 martial royal realm experts had gathered together. These martial royal realm experts were the core forces of the clan. When they encountered a problem, they would discuss it with these martial emperors before making a decision. They were the first to know about the Divine Pill Pavilion. After knowing this news, they also felt a huge threat. At the same time, they were also extremely shocked because there were 4 spirit alchemists in the Fong family. Out of the 4 spirit alchemists, only 1 spirit alchemist could occasionally concoct some high-grade pills. Supreme-grade pills were only a legend. It was simply unimaginable. The Fong clan's position in Moonrise City was definitely the number 1 existence. Now that someone had defeated the Fong clan with their advantage, the Fong clan naturally became worried. Haha, the Divine Pill Pavilion is indeed powerful. However, have you ever thought that it wouldn't affect our Fong clan at all? Because the Divine Pill Pavilion's Tier 4 and below are all peerless pills, and Tier 5 pills are also high-grade. Who do you think has enough spirit stones to buy peerless pills every day? Normal and high-grade pills are the main ingredient. Feng Wushuang said with a smile. He did not care about the appearance of the Divine Pill Pavilion at all. He was only shocked by the pill technique of the Divine Pill Pavilion. In alchemy, only alchemists knew the power of alchemy, and they admired powerful alchemists. He was also an alchemist, so he naturally wanted to see it. Chapter 260 Formation 1 Chapter 260 Formation 1 Clan leader is right. I would like to go and take a look at the alchemists of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Feng Qingyun also revealed a curious expression. He wanted to know what ability this Divine Pill Pavilion had to be able to refine peerless pills. This had completely broken the legend of the Divine Martial Continent. It was also a miracle of the Divine Martial Continent. It was the greatest wish of all pill refiners to communicate with this pill refiner. A pill refiner had been refining pills for hundreds of years, so they naturally had a lot of experience. However, they had thought of countless ways, but they still could not improve. They could only communicate with those powerful pill refiners. It seems that the alchemist from the Divine Pill Pavilion is an outsider and not from the top 10 families. In this case, the order of soliciting Moon City has been disturbed. Feng Wuxuang pondered for a moment, as if he had thought of something. Then, he slowly said it out. After saying it out, all the warriors fell into deep thought. The next day, Li Lingtian was sleeping in his room. Qing Ling was hugging his arm tightly. She was not wearing a single piece of clothing and her proud and full breasts were leaning against Li Lingtian's arm. Li Lingtian looked at the little beauty beside him and could not help but smile. In his previous life, he was a nobody with no money, no power, and no beauty. In this life, through his hard work, his strength had increased rapidly and he had countless wealth. More importantly, there were countless beauties in this world. The girls around him were all peerless beauties, but his responsibility was getting bigger and bigger. This was the basic responsibility that a man had to bear. However, when he thought of Tang Ziming, Tang Qinyue, Shun Mei'er, and Yun Yaoyao, he felt helpless. Only by strengthening himself could he protect his family and women. The Divine Pill Pavilion was his first step. He wanted to establish the most powerful force in the Divine Martial Continent and become the most powerful super expert in the Divine Martial Continent. Not only did he want to become the most powerful person in the Divine Martial Continent, he also wanted to reach the higher true God realm. This was because in his previous life, the Nine-Yang Saint Lord had mastered the 5 elements martial soul, as well as the ice and fire martial soul. All of this was something he had to do. Only by being the strongest could he control his own fate and the fate of others. After some time, Qing Ling woke up. Seeing that Li Lingtian was deep in thought, she did not want to disturb him. She simply leaned her delicate body against Li Lingtian's side. When Li Lingtian sighed and realized that Qing Ling had woken up, a smile appeared on his face. "Young master, you woke up a long time ago." Qing Ling sighed as she looked at Li Lingtian. The strings of her zither quivered inexplicably. Her young master was omnipotent, yet he still had something to regret. He didn't know why young master sighed, or for whom. "Yes, I woke up for a while." Li Lingtian gently embraced Qing Ling and pressed her against him. He had to protect the woman beside him. "Young master, Qing Ling saw you sigh, can you tell her?" Qing Ling revealed a curious expression and couldn't help but ask. She knew that this was beyond her qualifications, but she still couldn't help but ask. "There are many things in this world that one regret. I sigh, but it's not regret. It's just a sense of pity. There are some things that I can accomplish, but I'm limited by my current strength. Therefore, I have no regrets, only feelings because I can do it." Li Lingtian smiled with a confident look on his face. A person must be confident but not blindly confident. Self-confidence was part of his personality because he had the qualifications and strength to be confident. "I believe that young master is the most powerful person in the world." Qing Ling looked at the confidence on Li Lingtian's face and was filled with confidence in him as well. In her opinion, there was nothing in this world that her young master could not do. It was only a matter of whether her young master liked it or not. "Let's go, let's get up. The Divine Pill Pavilion is about to open for business. We can't be careless for the next few days." Li Lingtian caressed Qingling's smooth and tender body, causing her to tremble. Soon after, the two of them got up and Qing Ling helped Li Lingtian tidy up his clothes. By the time they arrived outside the Divine Pill Pavilion, it was already crowded with people. After those medicinal pills yesterday, countless martial artists knew of the existence of the Divine Pill Pavilion. There were 4 long lines. Some martial artists could only watch from the side when they saw that the lines were too long. Those who came here to queue up had not yet seen the sun because they knew that the Divine Pill Pavilion only opened for an hour in the morning. If they came late, they would not be able to buy the pills. Yesterday, there were already countless martial artists who obtained peerless medicinal pills. Today, naturally, no one doubted the quality of the medicinal pills. Today, I'll buy another 10 thawing spirit pills. I'll take them when I'm a warrior spirit trying to break through to the next realm. I bought the instant vitality pill yesterday. One pill helped me advance from Tier 7 to Tier 8 warrior. Indeed, the power and effects of a supreme grade pill are beyond imagination. I've been a Tier 3 warrior spirit for more than a year, but a single spirit binding pill was enough to break through to Tier 4 warrior spirit. Humph, you don't know what I'm talking about. The spirit binding pill has allowed me to break through to the 6th rank of the Martial King realm. The peerless pills of the Divine Pill Pavilion are indeed powerful. Although the price is a little expensive, it is countless times better than other pills. This is not something that can be measured by price. It's a pity that I can't use spirit stones to buy pills in the future. I have to exchange for medicinal herbs and materials. Why don't I bring all my wealth and borrow a sum of spirit stones to buy pills? I'll save them for when one break through to the next realm. Forget it. No matter how powerful a spirit alchemist is, they can't use air to refine pills. The Divine Pill Pavilion also needs herbs to refine pills. As a martial artist, you must understand this. Countless martial artists discussed animatedly. However, no one dared to offend the Divine Pill Pavilion today. In fact, they were all defending the Divine Pill Pavilion. For a time, countless martial artists completely treated the medicinal pills of the Divine Pill Pavilion as divine pills and miraculous medicines for breaking through realms. As time passed, the scorching sun in the sky scorched the ground, but countless martial artists could only line up under the scorching sun. Creak. Following the sound of the door opening, the door of the Divine Pill Pavilion opened. 2 martial artists carried out a plaque. This was also a plaque with the price of medicinal pills engraved on it. Everyone, there's only an hour in the morning, so prepare your spirit stones so as not to delay everyone's time. Qin Yun's face was calm and collected. This kid was imitating Li Lingtian. By the time Qin Yun finished speaking, countless martial artists had already prepared the number of spirit stones and the corresponding number of medicinal pills they needed. This way, they would not delay any time. Li Lingtian was meditating in the courtyard with his eyes closed. His divine consciousness enveloped the entire Divine Pill Pavilion. The morning passed peacefully. Although there were countless martial artists who did not buy the pills, they could continue in the afternoon. In the courtyard, Li Lingtian smiled when he saw that the other warriors had left. Because every hour the speed of buying medicinal pills was extremely fast. In an hour, he could accept the transactions of 400 martial artists at the same time. Qin Yun, make 500 jade plates. 100 jade tokens are used to buy 5th grade pills. 100 is 4th grade, 100 is 3rd grade, 100 is 2nd grade, and 100 is 1st grade. There are only 100 slots for each type of medicinal pill every day. Only the martial artists who have obtained the token will have the opportunity to buy the medicinal pill. They will also line up to receive the token. This way, it will prevent others from queuing up for nothing. Li Lingtian opened his eyes and spoke to Qin Yun, who was standing in front of him with a bow. This way, this spot was also a generous income, but he could let Qin Yun arrange for people to secretly trade. In this world, there was no true fairness, only true darkness. Young master is really smart. This move is too wonderful. Qing Ling was excited when she heard Li Lingtian's words. This was a huge long-term income. If she could control it well, her subordinates could rely on it to survive. This is already high. The real show is still to come. Li Lingtian smiled. In his mind there were thousands of ways to earn money. As long as he was willing, he could find any one of them. No one knew that his target had already set his eyes on the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion was the public power of the entire Azure continent. Every big city had a City Lord's mansion. Some of the safety and basic matters of the big city were controlled by the City Lord's mansion. This City Lord's mansion was the same as the City Lord's mansion of every city in the Qingzhou Empire. However, in the Azure continent, the City Lord's mansion represented the Azure continent and did not participate in any competition. It only protected the safety of the city. The appearance of the Divine Pill Pavilion would definitely bring endless popularity to Moonrise City. However, to enter the main city of Moonrise City, one would need a token of 100,000 spiritual stones. If his Divine Pill Pavilion was built outside the city, it would naturally attract popularity. When his Divine Pill Pavilion became powerful, he would look for the City Lord's estate. This deal could be made. Although there were no warriors buying pills in the afternoon, Li Lingtian did not stop. Instead, he quickly got busy. Li Lingtian stood in the courtyard. With a flick of his divine consciousness, a golden light appeared between his brows and the divine array appeared before him. The divine array diagram floated in the air, flashing with golden light. After being nourished by his Zhen Yuan and his control over the divine array diagram, it became even more dazzling. 9 Palaces 8 Trigrams Attack and Defense Formation. 9 Palace Sky Xian Formation. Devouring Formation. Li Lingtian kept waving his hands while Qing Ling was stunned by his actions. She did not know what her young master was doing. Streaks of mysterious radiance disappeared from the courtyard. After 2 hours, Li Lingtian was almost exhausted. However, his face revealed a satisfied expression. If it was in the past, he would definitely need a day's time to attack and defend the 9 Palaces 8 Trigrams formation, but now it only took an hour. The other 2 formations only took an hour, and 3 formations disappeared from the courtyard. Even though these great formations did not use any materials as the formation cores, they were still extremely powerful back then. With that, the Divine Pill Pavilion's safety could be assured. After everything was done, Li Lingtian slumped on the chair weakly. Qing Ling quickly stepped forward to massage Li Lingtian with a surprised expression. "Young master, is this an array formation?" Qing Ling asked curiously as she massaged. "This is a killing array. As long as someone dares to cause trouble in the Divine Pill Pavilion, they will be killed instantly." Li Lingtian closed his eyes to rest after he said that. He was a Tier 4 Pinnacle Martial Arts Grandmaster. He was still exhausted after executing 3 formations. Chapter 261 Chapter 261 Terrifying Array Power 1 Chapter 261 Terrifying Array Power 1 In the afternoon, Qing Yun made the jade token and waited for the time arranged by the Divine Pill Pavilion to open the door of the pill shop and start business. However, before the opening ceremony, he told them about the token. Everyone, in order not to delay everyone's time, the Divine Pill Pavilion specially made this kind of token. Warriors who obtain the token can queue up to buy pills. There are only 100 slots for each grade of medicinal pills every day. It's the same for trading medicinal herbs and materials. We'll open for business now. Those who haven't bought any pills can get a token. There's only 1 token for each type of pill. You can use the token to buy pills during business hours tomorrow, but you must follow the order on the token. Also, this token is unique to the Divine Pill Pavilion. If anyone wants to fake it, one can tell you that the Divine Pill Pavilion will never trade with him. Moreover, the Divine Pill Pavilion has the right to pursue the matter. After Qing Yun finished speaking, he let the martial artists in the queue buy the medicinal pills. An hour passed, and the martial artists in the front of the queue successfully bought the medicinal pills. However, those in the back of the queue did not return empty-handed. Instead, they obtained tokens and used them to buy medicinal pills the next day. Time slowly passed. All the tokens had been distributed, and all the martial artists were ready to leave. At this moment, a figure flew over from the sky. The figure floated in the air and looked down at the divine pill pavilion below. Li Lingtian, you killed the Yen family's disciple. Damn it, come out now. In the sky, the middle-aged man in green shouted loudly. His voice was like thunder, instantly shocking all the martial artists within 100 miles of the divine pill pavilion. A 9th-level martial emperor was extremely powerful. After asking around, he found out that his son, Yen Mia, had been killed by a young man. The disciples under him had finally found the person who had killed Yen Mia. This person had been in and out of the divine pill pavilion for the past 2 days. He should be a member of the divine pill pavilion. Yen Qing came out of seclusion and was furious when he found out that his son was killed. Now that he had found the person who killed his son, he naturally would not let him off. Hearing that the experts in the sky were coming to find trouble with the divine pill pavilion, countless martial artists hid far away, their faces revealing fear. Putting aside the cultivation base of the experts in the sky, no one in Moonrise City dared to provoke the Yen family. In Moonrise City, countless warriors heard Yen Qing's voice and looked at the divine pill pavilion curiously. They felt sad for the divine pill pavilion. The divine pill pavilion had just been established, yet it was already facing an opponent like the Yen family. It seemed like the divine pill pavilion was about to disappear into thin air. Young Master Yen Qing, the super expert of the Yen family, is a 9th-level martial emperor. Qing Yun was also shocked. Although he believed that young master was powerful, he was still afraid when faced with a 9th-level martial emperor. Furthermore, the Yen family had a high status in Moonrise City. The divine pill pavilion was no match for the Yen family. Look at you, can you achieve great things? He's just a mere martial emperor. Even if one don't do anything, one can still kill him. Li Lingtian was glad that he had just established the formation. Otherwise, he would have to face this powerhouse head-on. He was only a 9th-level martial emperor, and the silver-winged flying dragon could completely suppress him. After saying that, he lay down leisurely on the chair to rest. Yen Qing, who did not descend from the sky at all, saw this. Qing Ling and Qing Yun both broke down. Who was their young master? He was so indifferent to a 9th-level martial emperor. Not only were they shocked, countless martial artists were also shocked. In their divine senses, the young man in the courtyard was actually sleeping, ignoring Yen Qing in the air. Li Lingtian, I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't come out, the divine pill pavilion will be razed to the ground. Yen Qing was also furious. His reputation, status, and strength were well known in Moonrise City. However, he had been ignored by a young man when he came to the divine pill pavilion. Countless experts watched in secret. Being ignored like this, their face was damaged. However, the divine pill pavilion had a spirit alchemist, so he was a little afraid. It was not wise to offend a spirit alchemist. 3, 2, 1. After counting the 3 numbers, Li Lingtian closed his eyes and went back to sleep, completely ignoring Yen Qing who was in the air. For a moment, all the martial artists almost laughed out loud. In this way, Yen Qing had become a person who was playing monkey tricks. He was playing alone in the air, and the people of the divine pill pavilion ignored him. However, when faced with a 9th-level martial emperor, they did not dare to laugh. However, some people still laughed. Qing Ling looked at Yen Qing in the air, and then looked at young master. She immediately laughed and her small face was beaming. Healy. Young master, Qing Ling can't hold it in anymore. This person is too funny. Playing monkey tricks in the air alone is so fun. After Qing Ling laughed, she directly said it. Immediately, the expressions of countless experts changed continuously. What kind of people were these? It was one thing for the master to be calm, but the servant girls below were so bold. He was really speechless. Many experts felt fear in their hearts. If they were in the air, wouldn't they lose all their face? Courting death, courting death. Destroy them! Skyfrost's divine fist, destruction. Yan Qing was completely enraged. He could clearly feel that countless experts were secretly mocking him and the Yan family. The violent true essence in his entire body circulated, and the space immediately froze. The temperature within a radius of 100 miles dropped sharply. A dark blue light smashed fiercely towards the courtyard of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Countless martial artists were shocked. Yan Qing, a 9th-level martial emperor, was indeed powerful. Even a powerhouse of the same level might not be able to take this attack easily. They didn't know how the people below managed to escape, but they could only watch the dark blue light in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the dark blue light arrived above the Divine Pill Pavilion's residence. Just when all the warriors thought that the Divine Pill Pavilion had vanished into thin air, a huge light shield appeared in the sky above the Divine Pill Pavilion. The light shield covered the entire Divine Pill Pavilion. Tisk! There was no explosion as expected, but there was a slight sound. The devastating attack disappeared on the light barrier like a breeze. Yan Qing and the countless experts watching were incomparably shocked. They did not expect the Divine Pill Pavilion to have such a powerful defensive array. However, what they did not expect was that the moment the dark blue light disappeared, a shocking suction force appeared on the light barrier. Countless spiritual chi swarmed over. In an instant, the blue light that had disappeared appeared again. The light bombarded Yan Qing in the air. Seeing this situation, Yan Qing was completely stunned. His attack was actually cancelled out, and in the end it was even counterattacked by his own attack. The faster he went, the faster he came back, and the more powerful he was. Rumble! While he was shocked, he could only use a middle-grade emperor weapon to cover his entire body. Just as his defense was unleashed, a shocking attack struck his defense. His entire body trembled, and he was ruthlessly thrown out. There was the sound of blood spurting out, and a bloody mist appeared in the air. Yan Qing's body was thrown 100 meters before he was forced to float in the air. His face was pale. More and more martial artists watched. Seeing Yan Qing beaten to such a state by their own attacks, they all felt terrified. With such an array formation, who would dare to attack? What a terrifying formation! Although this array formation is heaven grade, its power far exceeds heaven grade. Only a Saint Array Master can set up a heaven grade array and an array that surpasses the heaven grade. Could it be that the Divine Pill Pavilion has a Saint Array Master? No wonder he's so unscrupulous. He's protected by such a terrifying formation. Many experts in the dark looked fearful. Facing such an array, even a 9th-level martial emperor was injured. Who would dare to provoke this array? Damn it! Yan Qing was also afraid, but if he lost face in front of everyone, how could he survive in Moonrise City in the future? Initially, he did not use his full strength. He only wanted to destroy the Divine Pill Pavilion and lure Li Lingtian out so that he could kill him in front of everyone. This way, he would be able to avenge his son and also gain the Yan clan's prestige. However, he did not expect that he would backfire. Yan Bing exterminate, die for your father, Yan Qing said coldly. His face revealed a serious expression as he circulated all the true essence in his body. Immediately the world trembled. In the sky, a ball of light with a radius of 100 meters appeared. This ball of light carried a terrifying chill, and the air froze. Not good, it's the icy blaze annihilation. It's one of the Yen family's 3 great killing techniques, and it's equivalent to a martial emperor's forbidden technique. The three great killing techniques of the Yen family are even more powerful than forbidden technique. When a 9th-level martial emperor uses them, even a martial honor would not dare to take them head-on. This time, no matter how powerful the Divine Pill Pavilion's array is, it's useless. Sigh, the Divine Pill Pavilion is really going to disappear into thin air this time. It's a pity for the Divine Pill Pavilion's medicinal pills. Run. The shockwave from the icy flames will kill anyone below the martial arts grandmaster level. For a moment, countless warriors retreated rapidly, only stopping when they were several miles away from the Divine Pill Pavilion. The buildings in Moonrise City would be fine, but the warriors would not be able to escape the destructive attack. Sensing the threat in the air, Li Lingtian opened his eyes with a grave expression. With a flick of his consciousness, the divine array diagram was displayed. His hands kept flicking, and then hundreds of rays of light disappeared into the light barrier. When he was done with the divine array diagram, the destructive ball of light in the sky also descended and bombarded the light shield. The light shield trembled violently, as if it was about to be destroyed at any moment. All the martial artists revealed shocked expressions. It was already terrifying enough to be able to withstand the flame ice annihilation. However, even if he blocked it, he wouldn't be able to escape. Yan Qing's face also revealed a brutal expression, as if he had seen the Divine Pill Pavilion destroyed. The light shield and the ball of light were in a stalemate. Seeing this, the grave expression on Li Lingtian's face slowly dissipated before it turned into a faint smile. He leisurely looked at the happy Yan Qing in the air. As long as his array formation could withstand it for a moment, it would be impossible for the other party to break through this light barrier. Yan Qing was also puzzled. His flame ice annihilation had not shattered this light barrier. He quickly circulated his true essence and shot out balls of true essence light. With the support of the true essence, the ball of light erupted with a dazzling light. At the same time, the light shield also trembled. Rumble! A shocking explosion sounded. The area within 100 miles of the Divine Pill Pavilion trembled. Chapter 262 Chapter 262 Killing a Rank 9 Martial Emperor. Chapter 262 Killing a Rank 9 Martial Emperor. Countless martial artists felt the threat of death, but there was no movement in the Divine Pill Pavilion. However, when the experts saw the situation in the sky, their faces became filled with fear. After the explosion, it wasn't the light shield that exploded and shattered, but the flaming ice annihilation. Furthermore, the flaming ice annihilation had already shot towards Yan Qing. At the same time, the power of the flaming ice annihilation was twice as strong as before. All! Boom! In the air, there was a scream and another explosion. A curtain of blood appeared. A rank 9 martial emperor of the Yen family had died to his flame ice. He was a 9th-level martial emperor, not a warrior spirit, yet he had fallen just like that. Moreover, his corpse was not intact, and not even his bones could be found. What was even more terrifying was that the Divine Pill Pavilion had not made a move from the beginning to the end. Yan Qing had been killed by his own attack. The light shield remained, and the sky gradually quieted down. The arrogant Yan Qing and the 9th-level martial emperor from the Yen family had disappeared. They had been completely destroyed. Whoosh! All the experts and martial artists who saw this scene were in an uproar. They did not dare to breathe loudly. He had killed the Yen family's super expert without even using a single move. Who else would dare to provoke the Divine Pill Pavilion? Qing Yun and Qing Ling were shocked when they saw Yan Qing fall. Young Master had cast a formation and killed a 9th-level martial emperor with ease. How many people in the Azure continent could have such a skill? After a short while, the countless experts hiding in the sky left. They had to report this matter to their families and sects to avoid provoking the Divine Pill Pavilion. If that happened, they would be in big trouble. The Divine Pill Pavilion was quiet, but the countless superfamilies and forces in soliciting Moon City were worried. They did not know if it was a good thing or a bad thing for a powerful Divine Pill Pavilion to appear out of nowhere. They didn't even know the details of the Divine Pill Pavilion. This was because the ultimate skill used by a 9th-level martial emperor was broken by a simple formation of the other party. Moreover, the 9th-level martial emperor died. From the beginning to the end, he had not seen anyone from the Divine Pill Pavilion make a move. He did not know the strength of the Divine Pill Pavilion. What is it? The Yen family's Yen Qing was killed by an array formation? When Zhou Yu, the patriarch of the Zhou family, one of the 10 great families in soliciting Moon City, heard the news from his disciples, he stood up from his seat. Yen Qing of the Yen family was a 9th-level martial emperor. Even if he was a peak 9th-level martial emperor, he might not be able to defeat him. Patriarch Yen Qing was indeed killed by an array formation of the Divine Pill Pavilion. He was killed by his own attack. Yen Qing used the Yen family's ultimate skill in the second move, Yen Ice Annihilation. He died under Yen Ice Annihilation. Zhou Jiming recounted everything that he had seen with his own eyes. At that time, he was also shocked. A 9th-level martial emperor could be killed by his attack. He was only a 3rd-level martial emperor. Encountering this array was not courting death. This Divine Pill House is not simple. Be it their pills or formations, none of them have appeared in the Azure continent. It's best for our Zhou clan not to provoke this Divine Pill House. Pass down my order. The Zhou family disciples are not to provoke the Divine Pill Pavilion. Don't even provoke the servants of the Divine Pill Pavilion. If anything happens to the Divine Pill Pavilion, kill them without mercy. Zhou Yu said in a deep voice. In the end, his voice became sharp. If his disciples provoke trouble, the Zhou family might be implicated. Rather than letting the other party come knocking on his door, it was better to solve the problem first and not let the other party have an excuse. Not only the Zhou family, but even the other families of the top 10 families had received the news of their disciples. When they heard this news, countless high-level experts were shocked and ordered their disciples not to provoke the Divine Pill Pavilion. In just one day, the entire Moonrise City had become turbulent. It seemed calm, but it was extremely tense. In just 2 days, the Divine Pill Pavilion had been pushed to the cusp of the storm. This was because of the pills and the array formations of the Divine Pill Pavilion. The opponent was the Yen family, the powerful Yen family of Moonrise City. The disciples of such a powerful family were killed by the people of the Divine Pill Pavilion one after another. This made everyone feel the aura of a storm. Li Lingtian's expression was calm as he returned to his room to meditate and cultivate. What should come would come, and more could not be avoided. The Yen family had no enmity with him. They were just a small fry who had caused such a powerful storm that could not be stopped. This is good too. After Li Lingtian had finished cultivating, he went to the small courtyard to rest. Lying on a reclining chair, Qingling gently massaged Li Lingtian. He revealed a faint smile on his face. What happened today had both advantages and disadvantages. He had completely gone against the Yen clan, but he had killed the chicken to warn the monkeys, suppressing the 10 great clans. It was better to face the Yen family than everyone else. Moreover, if the Yen family did not appear, the other families would secretly target the Divine Pill Pavilion. Instead of letting people hide in the dark to scheme, it was better to let people stand up. This time, the Divine Pill Pavilion had killed a 9th-level martial emperor from the Yen family. The warriors from the other families did not dare to provoke the Divine Pill Pavilion. This was beneficial to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Overall, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. "Young master, what do you mean?" Qingling asked curiously. She couldn't understand what young master was doing. The young master's methods were extremely magical. She had never thought that a martial emperor would die in such an aggrieved manner at the hands of the people around her. However, in her heart, no matter how powerful young master was or what methods he used, she could only support him because she was young master's woman. Although the Yen family is powerful, I don't believe that many of their martial monarchs can fall. This way, our divine pill pavilion can develop rapidly. Even if their revered martial artists appear, I can think of a way to deal with them. Moreover, this way, the other families will not dare to offend or provoke the divine pill pavilion. As Li Lingtian spoke, anyone who understood would be able to see through these things. Furthermore, Qingling was someone who slept beside him, so there was nothing to hide. Young master is right. Although they are going against the Yen family, the other families don't dare to get involved easily. This is because the Yen family has already lost a few martial emperors. It's impossible for the divine pill pavilion to make peace with the Yen family. When the other families see the divine pill pavilion dare to go against the Yen family, they will have to be wary. Qingling spoke in a serious tone. Li Lingtian turned to look at Qingling and was slightly surprised by this little girl. She was smart enough to understand things at a glance. If this went on, he would be able to take charge of a place by himself after a period of experience. He lacked such people by his side, and they were meticulous people. Most importantly, this person was someone close to him. Without a doubt, Qingling was the best candidate. "Young master, you!" Qingling's heart thumped when she saw Li Lingtian looking at her. Did she say something wrong or something? There was still a trace of uneasiness in his heart. Could it be that he shouldn't have said anything? And not bad. "You are smart." In the future, when this young master deals with things, learn a little. When the time comes, you can help this young master deal with some things. Li Lingtian smiled and sat up. He reached out and pinched Qingling's little face. "Really, Qingling will definitely not disappoint, young master." Qingling was happy. It seemed like she was still useful because she didn't want to be a useless maid in young master's heart. Instead, she wanted to be an important person who could help him deal with some things. She wanted her position to be more important in young master's heart. This was her selfish motive. "Oh right, one have a vermilion fruit here. Eating it has the effect of retaining one's youth." Li Lingtian took out a blood-red fruit from the divine dragon ring. The fruit was almost translucent and it made one drool. "Beauty! Thank you, young master." Qingling was startled and immediately became excited. Girls were all like this, always hoping that they would never age and that their looks would never fade. However, such things were just fantasies. He didn't expect young master to have a spirit fruit that could help him retain his youth. When he saw the vermilion fruit, he snatched it over and hugged it in his arms, as if he was worried that someone else would snatch it. If he had this fruit, he would be able to maintain his appearance forever. He would never grow old. He would always be so beautiful and young, and the young master would never forget him. Li Lingtian shook his head as he looked at Qingling. All women are like this. The more beautiful a woman was, the more she cared about her appearance and hoped to stay young forever. Whether it was a big beauty or a small beauty, they were all like this. Tang Zimeng was like this, Tang Qingyue was like this, and so were his mother and Tang Qingyue's mother. In the Azure continent, Yun Yaoyao and Shun Mei were the same. Now, Qingling was the same. "I'll go and refine this fruit now. When the time comes, it'll always be this beautiful." Qingling pondered for a moment. She didn't want to wait any longer. She was worried that she would grow older every day. She had to leave her youthful appearance at this moment. With that, she ran towards her room. The vermilion fruit. A 500-year-old vermilion fruit could have the effect of retaining one's youth. This fruit was also the most magical existence among the spirit fruit. Li Lingtian could only shake his head when he saw Qing Ling's expression. The divine pill pavilion was still as quiet as before. Even though the martial monarch of the Yen family had been killed, it did not stop the martial artists from buying pills to increase their cultivation. Countless martial artists had come to line up early in the morning. Those with tokens were naturally at the front. Those without tokens, although they could not buy pills for the time being, they could get tokens and wait until tomorrow or afternoon to buy them. Just like that, 10 days passed by quietly. The 10 families were also very peaceful. Even the Yen family, which had lost face and martial emperor, didn't make any moves. Seeing that the divine pill pavilion had stabilized, Li Lingtian decided to return to his cave abode to cultivate. Moreover, there were not many medicinal pills left. This was still because of the restrictions on the amount and quota of the pills to be purchased. Otherwise, the medicinal pills would have been sold out long ago. Fortunately, the divine pill pavilion had already passed the time limit for spirit stones to buy pills. The only way to buy pills now was to exchange them with medicinal herbs. There was another way, and that was to join the divine pill pavilion and use contribution points to exchange for medicinal pills. Moreover, the warriors who joined the divine pill pavilion, whether they were warrior spirits or warrior kings, had to go through various tests. Those who were not talented, disloyal, or did not have any special skills were rejected. Chapter 263 Chapter 263 5th Tier Martial Arts Grandmaster. Chapter 263 5th Tier Martial Arts Grandmaster. Li Lingtian began cultivating after he returned to his cave abode. His cultivation was about to break through soon. Once he reached Tier 5 Warrior Ascendant, his abilities would be greatly enhanced. After offending the Yen family, the only thing he had to do was to increase his strength. Otherwise, he would only be killed. I'll have to refine pills for another month and seriously break through to the 4th rank of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. Li Lingtian had been refining elixirs in the cave abode for half a month. During this time, there was no news from the Divine Pill Pavilion or the Yen family. The rapid development of the Divine Pill Dispensary allowed Li Lingtian to refine pills in peace. At least there was no movement from the venerable immortal Yen clan. Perhaps they were concerned about something. Qingling was also helping Li Lingtian to deal with news from the outside world. As long as it was not too important, Qingling would handle it herself. If it was important, she would inform Li Lingtian immediately. Li Lingtian's daily alchemy hours had increased by quite a bit as well. He now had more than half of his daily alchemy time. The rest of the time was spent cultivating and practicing skills. At night, with Qingling accompanying him, he casually listened to some of the things that Qingling dealt with. As the days went by, Li Lingtian spent a month refining pills in the cave abode. Not good, my realm has loosened. Li Lingtian continued to refine elixirs. Under such circumstances, his cultivation speed was extremely fast. He had already reached the peak of Tier 4 Martial Arts Grandmaster, but now that his realm had loosened, he had to break through to Tier 5 Martial Arts Grandmaster. The last cauldron of medicinal pills was scrapped because he had to immediately circulate his cultivation to break through. Otherwise, he would not be able to control his true essence. Waving his hands, he cast spells one after another. The heaven and earth reincarnation art guided the circulation of the meridians and true essence in his body. Azure Young Pill. As the vital essence continued to circulate, Li Lingtian steeled his heart and took out a green sun pill from the jade bottle. He tossed the pill into his mouth, and the vital essence in his body grew even stronger. With the surge of Zhen Yuan, the heaven and earth reincarnation also accelerated, and his entire body circulated rapidly. Bang! Inside his body, there was a soft sound as he broke through to the 4th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. The 5-colored golden core spun rapidly and emitted a mysterious light. The light flowed into his meridians. After a week, the light returned to his dantian, and the golden core absorbed all the true essence again. The golden core had absorbed all the true essence, and the dantian was empty. The soul-restoring pill. Li Lingtian now understood that he would fail if he could not provide enough quintessential essence to satisfy the golden elixir. The soul-restoring pill was several times more powerful than the Azure Yang pill. Naturally, he could not use the Azure Yang pill now. The medicinal power of the soul-returning pill instantly dispersed. The heaven and earth reincarnation circulated even faster, turning the medicinal power into true essence and slipping into his dantian. With a soul-restoring pill, the 5-colored golden core finally stopped spinning. The originally weak golden core had now become even stronger. Seeing this situation, he was relieved. He had finally reached the 5th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. After reaching the 5th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, the true essence in his body was even more massive, and the few divine artifacts were also nourished more. He had reached martial arts Grandmaster Tier 5, but he did not dare to stop because his current realm was still unstable. He would only dare to stop after he had stabilized. After 2 full days, his realm finally stabilized. When he opened his eyes, he felt the power in his body skyrocket, giving him a strong sense of confidence. Heaven flipping seal. Dominating heaven fist. Heaven and earth burning. The heavens and earth will shatter. Meteor shower. In the training room, the species skill was used. The shocking changes were that the low-level species skill reached the state of perfection. The power of an Earth-rank transmutation boundary was equivalent to the power of a low-level heaven rank. Every move he used was earth-shattering. The current attack was equivalent to the forbidden technique attack of a martial monarch powerhouse. Heaven-destroying sword formation, sword howl of heaven and earth. Ice, fire, a 9 heavens, destruction. Li Lingtian's face was filled with satisfaction and excitement after his 5 skills had reached the transcendent state. He then unleashed his 2 strongest trump cards. After his cultivation level increased, his 2 trump cards had also reached an extreme. Moreover, the 2nd level of the 9 heavens of ice/fire had reached its limit. As long as he found a type of flame and added the ice flame, he could break through to the 3rd level of the 9 heavens of ice/fire. It was extremely difficult to find a mysterious and powerful flame. It was an existence that could only be encountered by chance. There was no way to upgrade the ice/fire 9 heavens for the time being, but the heaven-destroying sword formation could be comprehended, and there was also the God's Fury. After reaching the 5th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, he felt much more at ease. With a few of his skills, he would not have to worry even if he were to face a 9th-level martial emperor. Moreover, he still had saint artifacts like the Space Silk Banner and the Sky Sword, as well as divine artifacts. With the treasure control technique, he could control these treasures even more. Li Lingtian cultivated and refined elixirs in the cave abode, while Qing Yun handled the matters outside. On this day, Qing Ling rushed to Li Lingtian's cultivation location. "Young master, I've received news that the Yen family is going to destroy the Divine Pill Pavilion and the 4 9th-level martial emperors tonight." Qing Ling's small face was calm as she stared at Li Lingtian with her beautiful eyes. She had matured a lot during this period of time and was able to handle things logically. However, she was still a little girl. The effect of the vermilion fruit's youth-retaining effect was showing. However, in Li Lingtian's eyes, he was growing fonder of this little girl because she was smart and had a brain. The more a woman liked her, the more he liked her. Qingling was a little girl in the outside world, but she was extremely shrewd when it came to handling matters. At night, she was like a little lamb in front of Li Lingtian. Send a message. The people from the Divine Pili Pavilion should retreat. There will be a great war tonight. A faint smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face, but it was laced with cruelty. Qingling understood that the more young master smiled, the stronger his killing intent. Qingling will inform him now. After Qingling finished speaking, she turned around and left. This matter couldn't be delayed. If she delayed any longer, everyone in the Divine Pill Pavilion would die. If you don't seek death, you won't die. After Qingling left, Li Lingtian's face was filled with killing intent. Since he had sent out 4 Tier 9 martial royal realm powerhouses, he wanted to destroy the Divine Pill Pavilion in one go. During this period of time, the Yen family's power had also been figured out. There were 7 rank 9 martial emperors among the top experts. As for the martial honored realm experts, it was unknown. He had killed one of the 7 9th-level martial emperors. Now that he had sent 4 of them, he would be able to cut off one of the Yen family's arms. The atmosphere in soliciting Moon City was getting more and more oppressive. Countless warriors seemed to sense that something big was about to happen and did not dare to come out at night. It was unknown how the major clans and factions in soliciting Moon City received the news that the Yen clan was going to attack the Divine Pill Pavilion. The night was extremely quiet. The sky had just darkened when 4 figures appeared in the sky. 4 figures appeared in the sky above the Divine Pill Pavilion. Endless gusts of wind tore through the air, and the entire space was extremely oppressive. Li Lingtian, come out. Yen Wudi, the super expert of the Yen family, shouted indifferently in the air. His voice was neither salty nor indifferent, but it made the oppressive atmosphere in the air even more strange. Countless spectators hiding in the distance also felt this terrifying aura and looked at the sky in shock. He did not expect the Yen family to think so highly of the Divine Pill Pavilion that they would send 4 9th-level martial emperors at once. Yen Wudi, Yen Yujiao, Yen Luoyun, and Yen Fengyue were the 4 super geniuses of the Yen family. They had already reached the peak of the 9th-level martial emperor 100 years ago. Among the super powerhouses in Moonrise City, the 4 of them were definitely ranked among the top. They were always together. Even a supreme realm expert might not be able to defeat the 4 of them when they joined forces. This was also the Yen family's strongest trump card. The Yen family actually fought over a Divine Pill Pavilion. Sigh. No matter what background the Divine Pill Pavilion has, it's finished this time. This is luck. The Divine Pill Pavilion can only admit that they are unlucky to have provoked the Yen family. That array formation is indeed powerful, but it doesn't have the slightest ability to defend against the 4 Yen brothers. Any one of the 4 brothers can kill Yanqing. With their combined power, they can even kill a first-level martial honored realm expert. In the dark night, countless experts were hiding and soliciting Moon City. They did not want to let go of the Divine Pill Pavilion at all. You won't die if you don't seek death. Remember, if you can reincarnate in your next life, don't provoke me. When you cause trouble, remember to open your dog eyes and look clearly. In the sky, a voice came from afar. The voice was erratic, and no one knew where it came from. However, a white-robed figure was already floating in the air. No one knew how this white-robed young man had arrived, because there was not the slightest fluctuation in the air. It was as if this young man had been in the air all along. Yen Wudi and the other 3 were also stunned. Countless experts couldn't see clearly how the white-robed young man arrived. If he flew, there would be the sound of air being torn apart. If he teleported, there would also be spatial fluctuations. However, this young man's arrival was silent, like a ghost that had suddenly appeared. Damn it! Yen Wuti had never been humiliated like this before and was instantly enraged. He originally thought that the people from the Divine Pill Pavilion would beg for mercy when the four of them appeared. He was even thinking about how to humiliate and attack the people from the Divine Pill Pavilion. However, who would have thought that the other party would give them a silent slap as soon as they came up and teach them a lesson in front of countless hidden experts? Arrogant! An 8th-level martial emperor in the air said softly. Even a martial honor would not dare to provoke 4 9th-level martial emperors, yet this young man was so arrogant. The ignorant are truly fearless. Another 9th-level martial emperor said softly. Humph, let's see how you die. You still dared to fool me last time. Far away, a young lady looked at Li Lingtian in the air and snorted in disdain. If Li Lingtian saw this young lady, he would definitely recognize her as the young lady from the Moonrise auction house. I'll give you 10 seconds to kneel down and admit your guilt. The Yen family can give you an intact corpse, and the Divine Pill Pavilion will be taken over by the Yen family. Or you can submit to the Yen family and merge the Divine Pill Pavilion with the Yen family. Otherwise, if the Divine Pill Pavilion is destroyed today, you will be destroyed as well. Yen Yujiao said coldly. He was not as furious as his elder brother. Although Li Lingtian had killed the Yen clan's ultimate powerhouse, it was not a bad idea to make use of him to refine pills for the Yen clan. As he spoke, he gently waved a folding fan in his hand and shook his head in a confident manner. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.